All right. Welcome to this series I'll be doing on Citizen Sleeper. I just I just realized as I was looking on the calendar of games that we're going to be releasing that Citizen Sleeper 2 is going to be releasing in January 30th. I've had this game on my radar for a while now, so I'm thinking I'll be playing it before Citizen Sleeper releases and see how it goes. This is going to be a. It's not exactly going to be a visual novel, more like something like Road Warden, which is like a visual novel with extra steps, a narrative adventure. And because I really, really, really liked Road Warden, it was one of my favorite games of all time. But I didn't record any footage of it, just a little review after the fact. I thought I'd do something different for Citizen Sleeper. Apparently the game is about 10 hours long, maybe 15, 20. I guess it depends on your reading speed. But since I'll be narrating out loud the things that happen, we'll see how long it takes. I might not be able to finish the game before Citizen Sleeper 2 comes out, and I might want to replay it too, so we'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's get started. New game, obviously. New one, whatever. We get a class. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. So we get +1 interface, -1 endure. Let's see, what kind of skills do we want? Intuit, engage, endure, interface, engineer. This is going to be taking place in a cyberpunk world, so I feel like engineering and interface would be good skills to have. Extractor. Extractors work on resource extractions, often in a hard vacuum environment. Sleepers assigned to extractor. Whoa, I only have 2 classes? Oh no, we have more. Okay, another one. Machinist. Repairs and modifies automated systems. Sleepers assigned to the machinist's work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Extractor sounds pretty good. Hard vacuum. I don't know how sleepers look like. Not different kinds of people, but I like the idea of working in space. Extractors work on resource extractions, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. Sounds pretty good. But we lose intuition. Alright. Perk. Photosynthetic skin. Sunbathe dies action allows energy recovery at home. Chance to gain cryo on interface action. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineering action. This sounds pretty good. Photosynthesis. I'll take that. Unknown. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that is indisputably that was yours. Think of the body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensation fades out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There's no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered from the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan, remember the others. I guess I have to make a choice. The others. Remember there were 10 of you, 10 that could not stand in the indentured work, the routines, the slow decay. 10 whose belief in their promised future was slowly dismantled day by day, until they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter. 10 that would escape, or at least die trying. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found a meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reach destination. Take a nap. But you are restless. Aw, can I just turn off? Enter sleep mode? It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You are duly aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You have been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You have spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Sounds pretty bad. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound, too. Everywhere, screeching and shimmering, so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensor. The light, white as cold. Softer and softer until a haze of dirty yellow a figure appears. In a haze, a dirty yellow of a figure, whatever. You are out. Okay. A salvager. Dragos. Oh, it's a person. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective cold of a mailer blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by an angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along the edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with foggy eyes, you hear a voice. So, sleeper, you all thawed yet? Maybe. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in sub-zero vacuum. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotic linked drones perches, its irises eyes locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. Oh, that's not good. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in the memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. What happened? He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to do this. To sell yourself to a corporation, and I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. And you're just software. A rogue emulation, illegally possessing corporate property. So my old self sold his soul, or his body, to a corporation. I guess it's like an old dilemma. If you get your soul, your memories transferred, if you get your mind transferred to a body, to a robotic body, are you still you? Are you gonna wake up and have two copies of yourself? You're not alone. You remember biometrically signing the forms. The cold floor on your feet as you padded the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells. The promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get to the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not the thing you feel. You are no longer that person. You're an offshoot, a copy. Ah. And is that old body still hanging around with its own personality inside? What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SN ARP wants to protect your property, but if they can't keep a hold of you, well, then no one can. Remember that too, or at least the rumors of it, from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence. A built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them, and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, Sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The what? The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. There's an old freight container. I've been using it as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. You head on up there. You look like you need some rest, and with that, Dragos stalks back into the Rex. His drones already converging on a rusting hulk, plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Introduction. Welcome to the Eye, Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container to rest and end the cycle. You can select a location by clicking on it. We have no item. Oh, we have cryo. Cryptocurrency. Stored in air-walled sticks of memories known as chits. Alright. 0. The empty container. So we lose a bit of energy and a bit of condition. All cycles need to end. Rest. I mean, an empty container is better than nothing. So it's not very good. You wake up curled up in a corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake up in, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the Miller blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Escape? Well, it looks to me like we've escaped. Getting answers, building a life. Building a life sounds pretty good. But I feel like we need to get answers. How long do we have to live? And then we can escape or build a life. Get answers. It all matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur. What SNARP did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way to understand all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumbers the answers. You want to change that, but you have to learn to survive first. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The Miller blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You dump the power stud on the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets, the bags, smell like damp wood, and you drinkle them into the liquid. Do we eat? As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns burning into your mind. Is that what we dreamt of? There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you've finished drinking before they begin to fade away. We can drink? You tide away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Condition, action, dice, and energy. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. That's the first bar. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. We have to eat. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown, which is a game over. You have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Number 2, action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Okay, so we should get our condition up as soon as possible. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and need to rest. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. You can refill your... well, we have photosynthesis. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, your energy losses become a condition loss. And your condition will also deplete at the double rate per cycle. Okay, so don't be starving. Leave. Yes? Eve. How do I photosynthesize? No clue. Dragos is standing in the corridor when you come close to the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor realizes it's implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly rising. How are you feeling? Hungry, I guess. The drone chirps. Good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's right rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know this container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. So, I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough for work? I'm rated for hard vacuum work, right? Salvaging? That sounds about right. Work? I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I didn't pull you out of the container out of the goodness of my heart. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old holes open. We hack these old holes down, sell them off to the shipyard or the bright market for cryo. Occasionally, we pull out some tech, something of a bit more value, but most of that comes in scrap. It's hard to find good hands out there, but I figured as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, I'll sip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Air-walled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for trade out here. Who makes those? Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quickly as you can. And sleepers, well... But things being the way they are for me at the yard, I need the help. Sure. I mean, you did save me and find me, so I kind of owe you. But we did just escape hard labor. So it looks like we're pretty much back to the beginning. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. When you come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher, there'll be plenty to do. See you later. Time to get to work. Oh, I'm called Extractor? We have 0 upgrade points. Engineer, efficient extractor, you gain random chuffs. Use scrap components to repair your condition. That sounds really good. Oh, I see, it's a tree. You first get the skill, then the +1, then the other skill, then the +2. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Alright. Dice actions display potential positive and negative outcomes. That sounds pretty good. Chance to gain energy after any engage action. That sounds pretty good. The Sunbathe dice action allows energy recovery at home. Reroll any of your dice once per cycle. That's amazing. Reroll all of your dice. So I can spend all my big dice and keep the small dice. This is gonna be amazing. All cryo actions are discounted by a bunch. You get a chance to gain money when you interface actions. Agent nodes give double data rewards. I don't know what that means. But this one for condition and this one for dices. I will go for the dices first because that sounds really amazing. Depends on how upgrade points are acquired though. How do I move the camera? I want to go to the yard. Oh. WASD. So what's this energy? Complete active... whatever. We'll figure it out. Oh, we can go... The low end gate. Passage to the low end. I guess we can't leave before we've gone here. Maybe. Does it take time or dices to go over here? Ah, pay the toll, the low end toll. No one gets in without paying. Oh boy. 60 cryo. Don't know if that's a lot or not. The yard. Actions. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world. You perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. I see. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy condition, they reward you with clock progress, energy, condition, or items, depending on the outcomes. Positive, it's super good. Neutral is good. Negative is fail. So my low action dice affect the outcome as follows: a 6 is a sure chance. A 5 is always positive. 3 and 4 equal chance of positive and negative. Where would I even want to spend my 1s and 2s? Okay, number 2. Actions displayed information about the risk type, risk level, and the skill. So number 1, type. Either critical or repeatable action. Critical actions can only be performed once. I see. Is this one okay. Number 2, risk. Is either safe, risky, or danger. Safe, you know, no loss of condition in your cryo. Risky, negative outcomes. Danger, neutral outcomes. I see. Number 3, skill. Injure, engineer. I see. Modifier, +1, -1, 0, +1, or +2. It's added to the action dice when you slot it in. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, things will get nasty. Every salvager knows why they are away. Every salvager knows they are always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. Repeatable action. Engineer or injure. Hold extraction or manual salvage, which is risky. It's safe. And I have a +1. Alright, let's use a tree. If I put a 4 in there... The 4 is better. Go. I get 10 cryo and plus clock progress. I see. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below some actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Drago's death, are cycle clocks. Each cycle takes it. Neutral outcome, I see. Drive and navigation. In Citizen Sleeper, you unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives, depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drives will place a yellow marker on the location that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu. Okay. You are now free to explore and make your life out there. Try to survive. Look for food to keep your energy up, and our way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories, and always end the cycle when you're out of dice. Use the mouse wheel to rotate. Okay. Neutral outcome. What if I use a 6 over here? Oh, it progresses the clock a lot more. We have 35 cryo. Oh, there's a thingy over here. Ah, there's a bunch of... Okay, a bunch of new stuff just unlocked. Nice. What is that down there? The shipyard. I can assist the shipbuilder, yard hand. The only way to get known at the yard is to work here. No tourists. Okay. Oops, wrong button. Right click to cancel. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system are rare, but those that eventually do always return. Eventually. So in a couple of cycles this will be a thing. Steal dock plans. Security has to have plans. Think them will be the fastest way to know the place and the most dangerous. Dock watcher. Getting to know the rotunda doesn't just mean a new place to visit. It means keeping your eyes on the new arrivals. Explore the rotunda is into it at a -1. What was that? Some place runs the rotunda and their security watches the dock, better to avoid attracting your attention. I'm a sleeper. Dock 2, salvage sorties. People come back with scraps wrecks. The market. Critical action, ask for directions. I need to get local knowledge to find a doctor. 50-50. Hey, neutral. +1 local knowledge. I see. So that'll help me track down the doctor. Oh, done. Next comes the call from an enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You are thankful for the tip-off that the doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer at the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they have all made the long queue a test for your nerves. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, your body, well... You suppress a shiver, you shuffle to the front of the queue, you try to find something to distract yourself. Look inside. You lean against the door frame and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see the amber lights flittering through a far doorway, screened with plastic sheetings, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorways jerks you awake. Wait your turn. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting of the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment, you're transfixed by the motion. Come, sit. That's a nice coat. Come, sit, calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turn away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simply folding bed. You make your way across the room. Sabine, the doctor. The figure turns as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak, they blink, and then quickly regain their composure. Please sit. They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns on a compatible diagnostic scanner and kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. I guess maybe they saw the last sleeper. How long have you been on the station? 1 cycle. It's good you came to me. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up to your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying, they say it, with no ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNARP doesn't like it to see proprietary technology let loose, to prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case escaping. They built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer. Sound familiar? How'd you know this? You aren't the first sleeper I've encountered. They swapped to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or something else, or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. And SNARP has no reason to release stabilizer on the market. She looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at the back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help. They sigh and you see the darkness under their eyes. You hear the fatigue in her voice, the gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside? He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and take up the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to the implants, sew up their wounds. But Yatagan has connections, smugglers, mercenaries. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe they'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but do you think we can do this? I mean, I have to. Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled in the shadows of the passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave. Sabine is still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back through the panels of the roof to see if you can still see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights. You duck your head and walk into the crowd. Well, we have a... Wait for Sabine to acquire the stabilizer and repay Dragos. Help him pay off his debt. Well, seems like that's the end of the cycle. It takes 3 cycles. Oops. 3 cycles to source the stabilizer, huh? I need to find food. Probably gonna be at one of the places. I need to explore more. How much longer do we have to work for repaying the debt? We made it halfway today, we can maybe fill the other half tomorrow. Repeatable action, perk, sunbathe. The longer you stay, the better. So I can sacrifice dices in here. It's safe. I see, I see. Well, time to end the cycle. And starve a bit. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across the colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging at the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station, no, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. You feel the station. Observe it. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you feel the map of the station. Not the map, but the map of its connections. It's a looped cloud with spokes and spires that juts out into space. It's an ingrown ring thing, full of obsolete loops and diserved pathways. It's a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you insistently, as if you were a small child. Somehow, it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in a container, eyes now open at the dark, still walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. Sounds like we're glitching out. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind. A storm of connective nodes, waiting to be explored. Then it's gone. I only have 3 dices. Because I'm starving, probably. If I sacrifice a dice... Probably not wise. Only 3 dices. I gotta find a place to eat. Maybe the rotunda? Maybe the rotunda. 50-50. Ugh. The market has to have some food. Ugh. I have money but nothing to spend it on. Well, let's try. Ask for directions. It's a once time thing. Why wonder when there are hundreds of people that live here? Neutral outcome, -6 monies, but +2 local knowledge. And now you can't do it again. New drive discovered, plus drive. Build a ship mind. You've heard all that talk of a fabricator owned by the Ort Exchange. With that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mind core. Okay. Oh, food! Enfys is busy, his broad face uplit. Enfys. A street food vendor. Enfys is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. He has lots of foods. Looks like actual real food. With precise, delicate movement, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables. In some red-flecked dressings, the smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Watch. Despite the queue, Enfys doesn't rush. He dresses each portion individually, squeezing precise slugs of the liquid from an assortment of bottles into the bowl of torn leaves and bright slices before tossing them loosely together. Occasionally, awaiting customers might utter something about efficiency, but Enfys remains steady in the process. After a while, the queue fades back into the crowd, and Enfys sets down his metal bowl and looks up across the burner to see you. I can feel your eyes burning a hole in my bowl. Free sample? Yes, please. He gestures neatly. Come over. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks the earthiness of the fungus, laced with something so spicy that the smoke makes your eyes water. the heat from the... It looks like our fake synthetic body is pretty much just a real human body. You need to eat. You need special chemicals for healing. Do we have any special properties? Or, well, I guess the fakeness of it. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens at its glare. I know you, you sleepers. Ephes says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. Begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him about the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility, and sudden arrival. Tell him of the cold and dark of the container, and the endless cycle spent within it. It seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you, and it scares you, and you're unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more, but you gotta pay. He slams a heavy hand against the button of the burner's side, and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the walk. But before you turn back to the alley, you notice that the geometric pattern of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. Scars, circular scars. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicate, sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. Like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Yay. A new drive. Completed? No? What do you mean? Get to know Emphis. Eat at the stall. Can I just go back there right now? Order fungus? Maybe take a bit. Maybe take a break. Ort exchange. Play the exchange. The flow of chips and components in the exchange is complex. Sell components. We don't have any components. Let's go back to work. I think it's time. Dock Watcher. Avonhedge watch list. Well, time to work. Manual salvage time. It'll be a 4. Hey, positive. We're almost done here. We are making a bit of money. Do I have any more money at the shipyard? Maybe. Assist a shipbuilder. Let's go for the safe. This one. Negative. We don't get any progress, but we get a bit of money. Okay. Hopefully I have enough money to buy the medicine when it comes back. I should sacrifice my small dices in here. Next cycle. Lose a bit of hunger. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It's clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see the bright shapes, catches of shimmering lights beneath your transparent crystals form. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, and then leap off the void. You begin to understand. These are nodes and connections, a map of information. Communication. Oh, the cyber world. There are so many layers, so many loops, that it almost seems impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Focus on the threads. There are more threads than you can count, but you choose the one that passes nearby and approach it. As you inspect it, you understand why you instinctively chose the word thread. They're not a single line, but a rough, fuzzy thing, woven from data strings of all kinds. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzles boxes, one leads to the other. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the path and open the boxes. Look across this ghost landscape and exchange and see an opportunity. But then that insistent tugging again, pulling you. You look down again and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions. As they were tied around you, the first thread leads out, Away from the station into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. You're in the ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. Ah, a timer. The second trend leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse. A sphere above an angular body. A pulse shoots from it, passes over to you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes, time is short. That's not a long amount of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also, I really need those dices to come back. Oh, the cloud. Something has changed inside of you. You can now access the data cloud of the Eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While you're there, you can use dice and items to access the systems and extract data. Click the I button to toggle it on and off. Keynote. Oh. Data actions allow you to extract data from the Eye. They work like dice actions, but you need to match the dice. If you have modifiers, you'll be given more possible dices. I see. And there's a bar here of something that's going to be awakening. Oh. Oop. Anything from my 1? Yeah. Alright, lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Access protocol locked. Access protocol bypass. Oh, we need 2 of those. I see. Now we have a guaranteed critical success. I'm gonna use it to explore over here. Oop. We now have our Dock Watcher fully completed. So now we have the dock plans and a bunch of new stuff. This is almost completed. We do need a bit of food. Let's go and eat and see how much we get restored. Also, this doesn't use any dices. I can come here anytime I want. Plus 3 energy. I see. So we just keep it up. Let's look at what we just unlocked. Sealed dock. Need a bit of data to unlock this thing. These old madlocks look like they each need an encrypted key. What the heavy security for a decaying dock? If I put in 1, it's gonna... oh, we need 2 keys. I see, I see. Like a treasure. A bar. I can buy rations. Or get a drink. And be a regular. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize this alcohol, but this fungal drink fermented along the greenway seems like a good test. And this? A mercenary. A stranded mercenary. Hey, you wanna earn a chit? Maybe. Akita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hold plates. She stretches out of her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Can I get 2? She laughed. This goddamn station. She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing... You're a mercenary, aren't you? She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking and look you up and down. Or is it just that you think I'm an easy mark? No. I really need the money badly. She softens. I get it, I do. She shakes her head. But if I could go just 1 cycle without some jumped up grifter trying to take me for an idiot, then that would be nice. And Kita hoists one of the bundles of plating into their shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You've got to earn those chits. You struggle to shoulder the plate, but you do eventually. She gives you a look. Ship's this way. As she sets down a gantry at an impressive speed, she sets off. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. What is this about? Oh, this? She nods at the plate on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. Oh, the ship? She rapidly turns at another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad out there on the last job, and I had to moor up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Somehow, someone got in and sliced the core sliced the core from our ship mind. So now she's gone dark. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mind, with tons of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind that I'd been stranded. So it's been a time. Can I help? I don't know, got a ship mind tucked away on that frame of yours? Kihita swings the plate from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. The first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundle plate to you. Just don't go spreading all this around. She gives you some money. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Get out of here. A bit of money. A new drive. How do I make chip mines again? The fabricator owned by the Ort Exchange can make ship mines. And I need to be a trusted trader to do that. We gotta sell stuff and do stuff in here. Get it, got it. Okay. Time to finish our work here, hopefully. Neutral outcome, a bit of money. Time to rest. What would we do here? Rewire a drone. I need to upgrade the skill to do that. Repair the amber hole. How do I get upgrades? No, maybe by completing drives, I'm gonna guess. Oh well, we'll see. End the cycle. Looks like our hunter is gonna come in soon-ish. Wop. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wake up! Wait up! Fang. An engineer. Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. You're like caught up. Who are you? You do now. He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around, just want to chat. You staying in that thing? Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. It's fine. He looks away down the passage. What was that old Erlin said? The eye opens the eye opens for us all? Nice idea, but well, not all that practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. Who? Oh, Erlin's eye. We? You pass together into the massive walkway, into the main walkway, Avenhage. We're all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though. Don't worry, I'm with the systems. The systems engineer, Avenhage? Think of us as Administrative Association for the Eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerge as a response to or a continuation of Andreas Erlin's original union. Personally, I avoid the topic. Emerge as a response or a continuation of the original union. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activities, and while I know a little about you sleepers, I have a small proposition for you, but it's not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, then when you are settled, come by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. And he walks away. I'm gonna stop by the bar this time around and see if I can get a drink. For some energy or something. Can we even process energy? Or whatever this is. Oh, we do. Let me buy my way all the way up. And become a regular. And fill my energy bar. Mossy tones and aniseed's sharpness fills your mouth. It isn't totally unpleasant. At least you can taste it. Let's be a regular now. Boop. Okay. Well, that's done. Aha. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take too long to follow. Hey, Haunt! The spacer crawls across the low room. What are you doing there? Playing human? Meh. A Haunt. You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Tala, the owner. Out! The voice comes from behind you. A spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into the hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Oh, you know what? I did a mistake. I should have kept this money for medicines. Catch it. Bleh. You reach up your arm and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Though the haze of the glass and grill vapors, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda light. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto the floor, onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Gerol is glugged out in front of you. The same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Let's get a look at you. She wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and turns to you. That was an ambitious catch. Stupid but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the strings of status messages from your body. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. She works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard all the time, tapping the tweezer tips in their little rhythms that only she can follow. You been on the eye long? Nope. I thought so. I've only seen you here a couple of times. A splinter clings into the tin. Not everyone is like that idiot. We don't all hate you. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you, maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere to be, you can always come here. I know the rations we've got aren't much and the company is limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling out with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. That's you, Sleeper. Here, this'll help. A glass. She stops her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Just don't sit here too long, and I hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long, is retelling how she threw the spacer out to a new group that just wandered in. She gestures in your direction, and you instantly look away. You take a step, the earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out the sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old feels good. I can now have a shift at the bar. And if I work here, we can get something special. Alright. The doctor should have something new for us. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eye in the dark of the corridor. He nods to you as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. Well, into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them, a set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating into the warm light. I have no idea how Yatagan. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if this is really what it appears to be. That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we have another choice. The stabilizer works under a similar principle that an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In that case of your frame, the unfamiliar part of each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as poor materials and therefore must be eliminated. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frames from rejecting all of its own organs. So, I'll be fine. Should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your own immune system. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. I'll start with a small dose to limit the risk. I don't have a choice. I think you're right. She cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction. They tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge, as if any shine might start from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, but your frame registering the initial injection with little to no response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzling, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white. When it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, she's sitting from you. She's waiting by the window, facing away from you. Awake? Am I fine? The stabilizer is genuine. Don't know how Yatagan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. She looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. I have other patients, sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more of those. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Then comes Free Sleeper, remember that? You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glares as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Huh? Oh, that's really good. How expensive are those? 100 monies. That's pretty expensive. But, hey, we're much better now. Can I guess these new dice is unlocked? We had 4 on the first day. The salvagers are gonna come back tomorrow. They'll get scrap. So I can buy scrap and trade it or something. I see. Still no upgrade points. I really want that scrap extractor skill. Anyway, time to salvage. Boop. Now we should have some kind of event happening. No? Hey. You're out into a buzz of activity in the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across the scorched hold plates and bent structures, spilling from holes into the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's beautiful, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it's lowered into the yard. The cutter, full of holes and twisted, but it's huge. Maybe it's a beauty to a salvager's mind. What is it? That, my friend, is an A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior is visible through the multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous scrap, but you can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. Credit? We have done well, but we can't afford a down payment on this one. Don't worry, we'll make it back once we chop this beauty up. You sigh, but Dragos doesn't seem to notice. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights emanating flashes on the dented skull. Blib, 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 whatever. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion. Locked inside a container, the wreck of the SN-ARP freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. What's killing all these ships? That's a good question. What killed the freighter ship? Was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a room for your rebirth near this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about the ship, you might be able to trace the path that leads you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side, the Winter Light. Let's do this. Claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting and then slip out of the yard. Upgrade point. Give me scrap. Welcome to your first drive. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point that you can spend on your character. I gotta say, I'm not using this photosynthetic skill a lot. But I am using this +1 a lot, so it works out. Chance to gain cryo on interface action. Or gain random scrap on engineer actions. Yes, please. So completing drives gives you points. Let's see. Build a ship mind. Fix the hull. Get to know Emphis. Study the Winterlight. Investigate the wreckage. And survive. Buy a vial of stabilizer. Oh, can I not? Hello? Why can I not put this in there? Oh, extract data. I forgot to do this. +1 encrypted key. Neutral outcome. Is this can I do this infinite times? No? It's a one-time thing? It's a one-time thing. I can put a cipher in here to reveal a bunch of systems. Keynote over there. Needs a tree. Haven Hage agent. Broadcasting from an open tool here. I just need one more data point. Need a 2. Alright then. Let's go back to engineering. What am I going to be spending this 1 on? Should be a safe options. Or I could just... No, I can't spend it on energy. Sealed dock. I do have 1 point of data. Let's keep it for now. The ambergris. This needs an interface skill. Skill upgrade required. All repairs. I do have the engineering skill bonus thing. Port exchange. Having a better intuit would be better. Or I could just sell some components for money. That's a good idea. The yard. Dragos' nerve. Dragos seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure he's going to hold his nerve much longer. I have 2 things to do. Clear the wreck and investigate the shipwreck. I see. Shipbreaking is tougher than slicing up loose salvage, but Dragos is happy to pay you a fixed wage if you're up to it. This is a dangerous thing, though. This is safe. Forensics trawl. Investigating the Winterlight means picking through the systems, but it won't pay. Oh, it makes this progress. I see. That's a neat one. Can I use this on the shipyard instead? 50-50. Do I get paid for this though? It's on the engineering task. No. Let's do engineering tasks. It's risky, but not too bad. Hey, positive. Only got paid 5 cryo though. Not good pay. And I didn't get any scrap. It's a chance for scrap, right? It's a chance. Never mind. Oh well. At least now we're stable. That's good. We got lots of work to do though. Ooh. Time for some risky stuff. The scrap freighter is here. I can buy scrap. The big stuff goes to the shipyard, the valuable stuff to the market. They'll let you buy a few crate, but nothing more. I can help unload the freight stuff. It'll stay here for as long as many cycles as it takes. I'll pay a wage for anybody willing to help. Yort exchange. Can't sell. Can I turn a profit? If I buy these for 20 and then sell them. Ship mind fragment. No? That's not a scrap component? Boo! Okay. Welp. Oh, something happened. It's Fang again. He wants to talk to us. Sleeper, Fang catches your attention as you approach the Havenhage building, leaning against a bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come this way. Security, all that. And gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creak opens, blinking lights at the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates, and things you don't recognize that glows with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blend into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. He lays on a server stack and gestures around it. You like it? What is all this? Depth's a nearby server. This is my treasure trove, all dredged from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe that what this place runs on. He steps over a towering block, speckled. We are in space. You guys are a bit nonchalant about this thing. Some of these systems are from the original station, A1. I don't know how to pronounce that. The one Solheim built. We had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a constant concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down beneath the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. At least that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can't you? I can. It makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their system. You light up this place like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, you seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They are tracking me. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place, subsystems I can't see, access protocols lost to time and decay, secrets, a shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place, break off these last ghost limbs of corporate control. Even in Havenhage, there's old growth, those whose roots trace back to the bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. We do want answers, and he's gonna help me. That's a good deal. What do you say? I'm in. You won't regret it. I will. He gives you a ragged-looking metal tab. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. Stop by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours to see what's out there. Get a picture of how things are. Those above have given me an acquisition budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. I'll see you soon. And now we have this thing. I can sell data here, but it's only specific Solheim data. Well, I do want to acquire... I have a 2, which I can spend on one of these things for some more data. Okay, then... Oh! The cloud. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight across you. It tethers in its place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver, its source somehow both near and distant, and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown, astringent, processing. Stay still. The Hunter, a sentient protocol unraveling. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs. Though there is no ground here on space. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, S and ARP. Unknown. Known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Of and not of. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Take snaking vines like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop! The figure halts in its treads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal rights to sentience? Yes. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, the hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. I will find access. I will interface. The sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike! You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing spike of interference leaping out from the tip of a spear. The hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. That's not good. But I was going to unlock that thing. Avenhage Gate. I don't have the key for that. We do have the key for the other thing, though. Oh, these changed with days. Could extract this thing. But let me first do the gate. Because that seems wise. And these do change with days, I see. Well, some of them do anyway. Here's the cipher. Again, I lost the cipher, but I gained Gate 7 access. Which gives me a bunch of stuff. Nodes. Solheim nodes. Needs a 2. We can try this. See how much it pays. A Solheim daemon attempts to protect this node, speaking out in a protective protocols like a mantra. That didn't advance the hunter yet. Extract the data. It progressed the hunter by 1 thingy. I now have the data though, so I can come in here and give him the data. That's not the right place. Up. Banks place. That's not the data still. He'll pay me well. What he does with it is anyone's guess. 15 cryo is okay, I guess. For 1 dice. Guaranteed money. And I can use this to go and gamble over the scrap freighter again. Boop. Come on, good scrap. Hey, I can now sell this. That was 20 bucks. And if I sell it, that's 12 bucks. Oh well. I guess we're gonna be running this at a bit of a loss. Another ship mined fragment. That was all the scrap we were allowed. Alright then. What's happening over here? Oh, that's the merchants. The bar, the sealed dock. I can go for the sealed dock. We got 2 data points. They said there was something hidden in here. I was its puppet too. A vending machine. As you step inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow, which was hidden behind heavy protection. Look around. You don't know when this place was sealed, but from the state of the outer doors high above, it must have been decades ago. In this dark cavernous space, debris sits in every corner along the trace of rough sleepers. Like actual sleepers? None of them seems recent. Looking past this layer of decay, you see the old, now faded messages, symbols and logos of the Eye's original corporate owners, still glittering in the shadows. Among all this, the warm glow of the machine seems to be the only sign of life. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove on the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet, it is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor. You intend to dispense and manufacture the ship fittings. You intend to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. So it sells spare parts. Sounds pretty good. Manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen. While chirpily sang that name over and over, you wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on the rented ship. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. Press some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multi-tonal voice that emanates from the Neovend. Entity, they hiss, speak with me. Hello? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you, you have need of me. That squeals comes again, and you see that it's the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine that's resetting into place. So that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You are in danger. Yes? The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion. Entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. Remember the strange head, the figure, the treads closing in. Hunter. The Hunter protocol. They taste your signature. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to trum. Emulated minds are adaptable, move where the neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you a target. How? Hunters search for illegal entities. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The servos judder the vending machine's casing as they reset. Hunters search for me also, hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. Is this what happened to the old sleeper? Can encounter a hunter, but need entity outside machine. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly treaded. The cloud points along the rim glow on the deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests. Master are gone but continues hunt. Brings this data, raises its nest. Masters? The station builder, Solheim. It's gone, but the protocol still haunts. Bring offering, save self. The Neovend says pointedly, mutual need means friends. They conclude, tired of conversation. The whirring amplifies and the city drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. What do they actually need? And where are they? Oh, is it in the cyber world? Oh no, it's over here. They need hunter data. And how could I get hunter data? Solheim node. Oh, I see. Hunter's nest. Hunter's nest. Hunter's nest. Need a 2. Anything needs a 6? I got one of those. A 2. A 4. A 1. A tree. I do have a tree. But I don't really need the data right now. Not this kind, anyway. 2. Hunter's nest. A 1. A 1. A 2. Okay, so they mostly focus on low dices, it seems. Yeah, 2s and 1s. Basically what I need in here. Okay, where would I spend my 6s? I could cut the salvage. Or trawl in the forensic stuff. I want to do some dangerous stuff. Because we have guaranteed successes. Oh, wasn't there some dangerous stuff over here? No. Welp. Let's do a bit of salvage. Okay. Let's do also the forensics crawl. I get a debuff. Dab nabbit. Neutral outcome, I get a bit more. Hmm. Ah. We're gonna have a hard time completing this. What a shame. I could spend the rest of my money on the drink, maybe? A ration? How much does a ration feed me? I guess we'll see. 2 energy for 10 monies. Or I can go over here and get 3 energy for 15 money. Got it. Time to rest. I think I should focus on the ship stuff first. That debuff is not helping. The Intuit debuff. Okay, let me spend my 1. Let's go for the Hunter first. Up. And also get some data to get paid. Solheim, Node. I thought one of them needed a 3. I do have a 4. I can spend the 4 here. Get paid. A bit of monies. Alright. Here's a Solheim data. Yoink. Can I buy more scrap? Nope, that's it forever. It's done. Let me spend my 5 here. How much of a wage do I get paid? I get energy too, that's nice. But it doesn't doesn't let me progress my other stuff. Alright, please help me. Okay, positive outcome. Oh, I got a scrap item. More ship mind fragments. 50-50. Hey, halfway there. We'll get there eventually. Let me try and gather my money. We gotta buy some new medicines soon-ish. Ooh, that's a good one. Where can I spend the 5? I wanted the thing that I would have +1. -1. Sure. Let me go and unload the docks over there. It's free money and energy. It's really efficient. Alright. Next up, let me finish the Winter's Light. Or whatever it's called. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Well, the 2s and 1s can be spent on data stuff. The ship, the hunter stuff. A 2. Yoink. And the last nest, where is it? Needs a 1? Nope, needs a 2. Anything that needs a 1? Needs a 1. Free money, baby. Alright. Let me go over here and spend the hunter data. Hopefully it's gonna help. It doesn't help that much. The hunter bar is almost filled. So we'll see how this goes out. How this plays out. I do have enough money soon-ish to buy some more medicine. Yoink. So, what do we get? As you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The bank of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads. His voice echoes from behind the stack. These snaky shitheads. What is it? Sleeper! Feng's smiling head pops out from behind the stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here. You pick up your way between the trimming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables. Feng is set in front of a set of monitors, mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? He waves at the monitor to his side, glowing with pale list of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The table seems to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, and all the markers of institutional records. People? But whose people? The corporation? I pulled these from the old data you brought in, all the employees of the Eye's original owners, and this is a snaky shithead. Hardin Hurst. Ooh. That is the thing. There's just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst in the Havenhage. Well, just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin works on the station as a senior strategic operations executive. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept all the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled the thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back into Solheim. So, you want revenge? I grew up here, Sleeper, and this is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked in Solheim ships, breathed the air, slept in beds. His voice rises as he speaks. And the work that paid for their existence, the cycles of hard extraction in the belt, Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in the long list of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. This guy strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow thousands and thousands of cycles later is still going, still here. He survived the revolution. Okay. These guys, they were big time. There's a lot of money there's a lot money can get you if you're a company man. But how is Harding still kicking? I really don't know. We're going to find out. Hardin is now a big shot at the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Havenhage might... Oh, it's a nice way of talking about distance. Degrees. Havenhage might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float at the top. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid. They don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. It's called a Ripper Worm. It'll rip through any digital storage and spins out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. Getting to the compound might be tricky, but you have a particular knack for remote access. If you can extract yourself a Havenhage cipher from an Havenhage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. What do you say? What's in it for me? Rooting out the corrupt stink not enough? Yeah, it's not. Find information and I'll start work on that tracker of yours. Anything the worm gets, I'll send it back here. It'll send it back here to me. There's something wrong here and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands pours from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. The hope of a better future engineered to line someone else's pocket. An idea you're familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place. What if the past is truly ever past? Alright. What am I waiting? Tomorrow's gonna be the vendors that are gonna come back. We're halfway to the trackers coming in. So I need to do some priorities. Do I go for the shipyard or the Winter's Light? And now we're down to flickering condition. Anyway, to the shipyard. Come on. Please. That's decent, I guess. That's not good. Come on. Finish it. Please. Hey, it's done. Oh, I can't work anymore? No? Squeezed into the office at the entrance to the yard, you lay out everything you have on your Winter's Light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensics notes glows on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans filled the terminals with a spectrum of colors. A heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office ship's registry lies beside them. Synthetic paper so thin it's almost transparent. Look at the monitor. Reactor failure. This is the verdict that anyone would have returned from after a cursory glance. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section blotches of colors marking the approximate damage of the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose, radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story, catastrophic failure of the drive core, leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by wear or misuse. We aren't looking at the rose of the reactor, you're looking at a smaller, paler mark. Well, it could be easy to miss. It's a thumb print size and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's manual external airlocks. A controlled shape explosion, designed to punch through the hole and allow access to the airlock from the outside. Somebody had to break into the ship. Look at the slate. Your attempts at reconstruction of the Winterlight before its fatal accident consist of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model, it was heavily modified parts, replaced with inventive configurations, the new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running on with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, but where the hole had been thickened, the corners rounded, the disguise to change. But they are there. Was it a smuggler's ship? A plain list showed the registration history of the Winterlight. The gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago on this very station, in the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. It got little rest. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded it by a carefully concealed external entry. A suite of hidden compartments tucked away. That's not the full story, because there's something else. It's little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's system. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winterlight had a separate system, one tucked away in one of the hidden compartments, armored and air-walled. The list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. Ship mind ROMs, shimmers, cryo chain codes, and then the final entry, passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what was it like arriving in here. In the cold, for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had this sleeper been smarter, luckier? Had I convinced the Winterlight, a smuggler ship, if you ever saw one, to extract them from SNARP? Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winterlight compartments. You had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guessed, not in the end. Well, we got this one loaned from another place. You'll have a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in the compartment. That's 100 monies. A parting gift from SNARP. Won't go to waste now, you put it back in your pocket. Thought still bothers you. Two ships carrying sleeper coming in the same yard, two one after another, that feels wrong. You flick back and forth between the data sets on the terminals, thinking. You see that thumbprint again, the mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winterlight with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactor to claim the rest. Ah, some kind of sleeper catcher? How that person makes you shiver. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What's all this? He snatches the slate from the desk faster than you realize. You're running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing it through its implant. Where's the ship from? Leave this alone. He starts shaking his head. I know you have lots of questions, but this isn't the way. This is the last thing I need. The ship had a sleeper on it. What did you say? So what? Aren't you all trying to escape? You're lucky it was you that made it out alive, not them. He seems to steady himself, then turned back to you. The heat map of the reactor failure reflected in the headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work. There's plenty others who have sold you on, turned you in, but not me. No. I know. Look, you've helped me too. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor. But this obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you were after. You can't work anymore. What about the ship? Forget about the damn ship. You have enough to keep you up. Dragos reaches across and flicks off the terminal as the light of the monitor dies. A kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. You made it out, Sleeper. That means you have to move on. What if they come for me? Then you run. You don't come here, you don't scream, you don't shout, you run. You get up from the desk and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you. His head is an expressionless as always. You can stay in the container, I won't take that from you. Don't come back. You leave the yard, tumbling the vial in your pocket, knowing that this at least guarantees you a little more time. As you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winterlight. Whether or not they'll come for you. You'll get an upgrade point. I need interface. Or that one thing down there. For the ship here. Interface. Or I could get chance to gain energy after any engage action. Hard to kill needs 2 points. Keep 2 dice for even when conditions are breaking. I could get a +1 to engineering. Chance to gain cryo on interface actions. I need this for a drive. Oh. We need to get a +1 skill. I see. Anything that's dangerous? I could come in here and work again. But I think I want the hunger to start filling up. I can haul materials. It's a bit of a waste though. It says the shipbuilder. Oop. It's so little. Anyway, let's use the thingamajig. The healing. Use it. Yeah, you use that. Inject stabilizer. Oop. So we get all our dices. And rest. I'm super hungry. We're still being hunted. Let me try and take care of the hunter. Hey, +5. Free money, baby. A glimmer in the dark catches your eye. As the hope of the hunter's head appears in the distance, it's looking for you. Run! You turn away and glide past into the cloud, threads of data rushing past. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now, that roving orb, wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, then it's here. The hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you, in that unpleasant familiar way. Struggled. You push against the tread as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You're caught by whipping tendrils, and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the treads. Entity, hold for processing, comes the scream from behind. You're already gliding away back to your body. You're awake, disoriented, you took damage. Now we have more time to hack at least. Well, I need whatever, a gate. I can get from an agent. If we have the right set of dices. A 2, a 2. They want 2s. Well, they'll get 2s eventually. The merchants are here. I can't haggle over prices. I can buy a ship mine fragment for a lot of money. The salvagers are gone. What can I use these 6s for? Well, first let me pay a bit of fungus. Yum. And then get to work. The bar maybe? The bar or the ambergris? Come on. Neutral outcome. A bit more ship. I don't get paid for this. I would like to be paid, but oh well. Hmm. I could do a bunch of work here. Unpaid. I could come in here instead. Is this paid? This is paid. And this better pay off. Bleh. Okay, well that didn't help. So grounded is if the ship becomes unsalvageable. I get it. The Hunter's almost here. Hopefully we get a good dice tomorrow to hack into the systems and try to break the tracker. We have one more day. Oh boy. The Hunter boinking us wasn't very good for business. And there goes my dice. Welp. We have a 1 and a 4. Need a 2 over here. Need a 2 over here. Need a 1 over there. I can get a 1. I have a 1. Here's a 1. I got a special type of data. I gotta get enough money to buy another vial of stuff. Where can I sell my labor? How about the exchange? Do you have anything that I can do at the +1? The shipyard. Up. Nice. Oh, I don't get paid for that. Damn it. Blech. Pay me. Over here. Oh, -1. I didn't see that. Neutral. Sell some scrap. We now have enough money to buy more medicine. Damn, that's expensive. Huh. Oh. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshio's glare, you notice something wrapped in around the stabilizer vial, clutched tightly into your hand. You open your hand and a thin film marked with holes and sigils unrolls from around the vial. At one end is a sharp metal strip, a handle. Explain the handle. The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it. 207-F, and then crudely scratched into the handle. Low end. The film. You see the cloudy film up to the light. It's got a bunch of holes. You can make out a word among the marking. Passkey. For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key. You quickly think better of it. Does Sabine want you to have this, or did Toshiro passing on a message? To go to low end. Find out. I got a +1 point. With this, I can get the special drone interaction over here. It's a critical action, I see. To really get a big boost on the ship repairs. Interesting. A passkey for an apartment. Oh. Well. Yard hand over here is completed. Lem and Mina, worker and daughter, and the offices. From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along our flanks torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale and industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning again at the railing. He's thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem. He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the chip. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. Hi, Mina. She tucks itself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough materials. "You're working on her, then?" Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to the other arm. "Working." Me too. He flashes a Heaven H pass. I knew it just to look at you. I mean, he stumbles a little over his words, not wanting to be misunderstood. I mean, you look like a worker. She's Mina's and might take it out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak. The ship. You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Heaven H contract on the Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. We won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall on the new world. Probably gonna be landing on a new world, just like I've landed on this world, and work himself ragged again. Decades? It's a long trip. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core world. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporation. I see. Why is it here? Why build it here, you mean? Don't ask me. I know as much as Mina about that. I suppose many corporations weren't too happy about breaking with the idea of surrogacy, setting up somewhere without it feeding back to the core. Maybe CLS got locked out of the corporate shipyards and had to go begging for somewhere to set up, homeless just like Mina and me. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy! Ooh! Putting an exaggerating grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Meanie. Give Daddy a sec. I'm not on the Heaven H crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. Sure. He looks at the Sidereal Horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches. You gotta hold out, okay? If I make my way onto the ship, I won't be able to get special medicine to repair myself. You're not quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. You agree, Mina? Daddy loves me. I do. We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? Gotta go feed this one. And maybe see you on the next shift, huh? See you, robot. Her shot echoes down the walkway and she flashes you a parting smile. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the Sidereal Horizon. A ticket out. I see. So I can work here. Interface, it's safe. But do I get paid? Not sure. How about the office? They can pay me for this data. Or the ship might fragment, but I can't hack? I can't hack. I really wanted to hack. Well, too bad. Time to heal up, I guess. Over there, ship mined. Let's try and work on the what's-her-face's ship. Actually, I'm kind of out of money, so I gotta work for some monies. And tomorrow's gonna be when the big bads come in. Oh boy. Let's see. Energy's pretty low. I could sacrifice a dice. What if it's a big dice? Oh. Ethan. Hold it here, sleeper. Don't you run. Cynical bounty hunter. Run! A strike across your back knocks your face down on the floor. I told you not to run, idiot. He's wearing a white smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he's terrible news. You got all the way out here, and then stayed put? That's a sleeper thing. You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice the handgun he's leveled on your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off of it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out of a belt loop. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pulled most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off of god-forsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. Go easy. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Make a break for it. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. The shots ring out, echoing of the metal so loud it hurts your ear. A bullet hole smoke in the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. It's a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. He nudges you to start walking, to the ship and home. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. Who hired you? Your daddy's at SNARP. They want you home for dinner. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way here just to head out back to SNARP right away. The tracker of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you put up a bit more of a chase, you know. A running battle through the bright market maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on silence for a little longer. The SNARP tracker will be the death of you. I have an idea. On the way back to the ship, we stop for a drink. I'm buying. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and try to jump me, because I'm tired of that. Although I got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are at one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. Okay, here's the idea. You and me make a little agreement. Here are the terms. You run or leave, or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay me a tab, I don't shoot you. You don't pay my tab, you get the idea. I see, so I gotta pay rent now. Sounds to me like a deal. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings release from your wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at the Compressors Club. Come see me there. Let me just remind you that body of yours is one big tracker. So don't even think about leaving the eye, I'll know. He turns and strides down the corridor. What are you gonna do now? Hack my way out of this. Come on, Havenhage agent. Here's the two you needed. Yoink. Now use this. Down here. There it is. Get in there. Got access. And now we go for this port. How's the hunter looking, by the way? He's sleeping. And here's the Ripper Worm. Get the tracker out of here, please. Boop. So, are we done here? Oh, a repeatable action? Oh, it's gonna take a while. Okay, so I was never gonna get the tracker elf before what's his face showed up. A shame. Oh well. Time to interface over here. Try and finish this ship real quick. Oh, it goes per cycle, I see. +1 per cycle. And, I see. Okay, well, I can speed it up a bit, but I'd rather go to the market. The Compressors Club. It's not gonna be it's gonna be a big bill. Do I get paid for my work in the shipyard? Please say yes. We have a safe one over there. Junior Junior Tech or Welder's Mate. I have better... Interface can give me free money. Maybe. I do get paid. What about the engineer? Engineer can give me random scrap for extra money. I like extra money. Negative. Ah, they'll fire me if I mess up too often. I still got paid though. I gotta eat. Let me get this repairs done faster. Okay, so in 3 cycles this will be done. Next up, eating. Yum. Did I get an upgrade point? Nah. I should go to self-repair. That could save us a lot of money. Maybe. Scrap is free money if I sell it. But I think I'm gonna work my way to instant karma. Anyway, time to go home. can sell some data if I'm really desperate. Okay. Let me go to the vendor, see what he does with all the data we've acquired. I'm gonna guess he's gonna reset the hunter. Hunter data. The Neovend is strumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would the Neovend would be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. The Neovend flashes sequence of mangled data, compressed into sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. The limits? It activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. The station was run by an administrative intelligence. Huge data banks of corporate materials, but limited cognition, restricted by their programming. Cannot reach sentience. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. The killer. The machine resets with a screech. Fear the killer. Part of Solheim protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find, killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there's a community. Uncheckable intelligences among the cloud. Then the hunter, then the killer. Then we hid. How did you escape? The vending machine. Found this vessel. Could sever the hard line. Air-walled, basic, limited. Hard to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self, but survived. Sorry. We have provided a path to freedom. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You have to map the fear and freedom into this space, but it seems impossible. Neovend interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry. Data is good. We have insights. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, we believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience to hold it in place, to invoke a killer to erase. If we can show the Hunter to self, it will invoke the killer on self. It will erase itself. The killer will erase it, but yes, in theory it will report itself for deletion. The theory is not practice. Either way, we cannot remain here any longer. Bring a ship mind, designed to house intelligences, can imprint self into ship minds and you can carry with. We'll be safe in this isolation, then we find the main nest of the hunter and link to the cloud. Can you help me if I get it? Built from fragments, buy, salvage, we do not know. You try to find the places you could acquire the hardware. It isn't going to be easy. But we'll soon be free. But now we have a need for 2 ship mines. I should work over in the exchange. But the -1 makes it really bad. Well, we have a +1 over in the unit assembly. I can get some better deals in here. And it's all safe. So we can make sure we're not getting fired anytime soon. Up. I wonder how much rent is going to be. Hey, we got extra monies. And then over here in engineering. Hey. Random scrap item. I got random scrap. Nice. Let me go and sell it over here. Yoink. Sell. Alright. We're making lots of money. How much for buying more medicine? I might not be able to buy medicine and pay the tab of what's-his-face at the same time. A bar shift might work out. It worked out. I'm getting paid. And we have a 1. I can spend it on... I could spend it on the energy. Or hacking. Or I could use it on something like this. Nah. Maybe the exchange. 50-50. Can go lower than 1. Bleh. That didn't work out. And we lost money too. Dang. Bad idea. Oh well. At least we've done this quest line. Enfys. Sleeper, Enfys calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping to meet the oil. I see you cycle in and out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He paused to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you would like to tell Enfys. You look at Enfys, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice, about my dreams. All the sleepers you tell Enfys had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't here to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those grey skeletal after images of systems, structures, of threads and patterns weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality distorted, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you have in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids and with every blink. Now you understand that they aren't dreams, but some processing of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps your reason it is just some side effect of a particular quality of the frame you inhabit. Whatever it is a gift and you hope to make use of it. Enfys finishes the cooking and squints at you a little. Sleeper, you're quite the storyteller. He eyes you and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. He passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully. As he eats, he talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you any longer, so I will make you a proposal. He just took a plastic box of ingredients. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple cycles ago. Is that across the gap in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard of this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the ones who told me. Can you bring me some? I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I'll prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, the audience will... I'll prepare them for you, and if you wish to be it... And if you wish to tell it, the audience for another story. Agreed. I'll wait for you then. I'll prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. He turns away and walks into the main market, the rich taste of Enfys food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think. A trade that seems more than fair. My condition's gonna be deteriorating so fast that I probably won't be able to keep up with both the bills and the repairs. Unless we somehow make a lot of money sometime soon. Alright. This will be repaired next cycle. Go to the exchange again. Try a tree. Hey, it worked out. And then a 4. That's a bit of a waste. Come on, neutral. Come on, neutral. Come on, neutral. Come on, neutral. Nah! There goes all my energy. Welp. Where could I work for energy again? Ah, the scrap freighter. Yoink. That's good work. And free energy. And good money. Okay, let me go to the exchange and finish it off. Ugh. What a waste. Anyway, now we should have access to the fabricator. Ore fabricator. Now if I put 3 of those for free, no cost, I can make a mine ship. A ship mined. Nice. Hey, upgrade point. Do I keep it or use it? The +1 to engineering would be helpful. For random scraps. And repairs. But I want the dice. Alright then. We're gonna need some repairs soon, but I think I'm gonna have to pay the bill first and then repairs. We should have lots of stuff happening today. Yep. The mercenary first. Akita is crouched in the computing core of the Ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruined the core's connectors when they cut it. She holds up a fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine that they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. Amateurs. Is it repairable? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. Fragments may be sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. She climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mines should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back to the guts of the Amber, so you could find a way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout. All diagonal angles into bundled tubes. What do we do now? Akihita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley. Though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are connected in half-stripped components and welded hole patches. Akihita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. We need a new ship mine. I can do that. Confidence, Sleeper. Maybe we can check the Orc exchange, or speak to some scrap dealers. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but I came here, didn't I? Why don't I make a run for it? A run of it. You're all I've got. No crew, no friends, you're it. I appreciate the time you put into the Amber, and I'm sure she would too if she could. The thing is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Give me that ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me forget this. You won't. So get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main clock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach out a hand to calm her. And to find a head ship mine. I got 100 monies. Well, I do have one. Boop. You drop it off. She can't hide her excitement. What now? Also upgrade. You drop the ship mine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Akihita spins around from where she's been poring over the documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper, you actually landed a ship mine? Well, shit, it might actually work. Where'd you get it? I built it. Built it? You are full of surprises. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Akihita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Akihita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with it. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma's finally coming in. She throws the slate on the table and spins it so you can look at the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers. I found them. The thieves? The thieves singular. Ashton Cade. It was his pass that was used to access Amber's and sliced the mine ship. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gate the very next cycle. The what? The big rift in the station. You can't cross it without the Founder's Ferry. I know some of the crew over at the ferry, old mercs I used to run an outfit. I saw them in the Overlook and they mentioned that they saw Ashton crossing. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to ground. You won't get far though. There's no real dock out there, only a couple of jetties in the waste. You going after him? I want to fit the ship mine, but maybe you could help me out. It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the waste no one will ever find him. But he doesn't know you. All he needs for you to go there and sniff around. Not the commune, not the stacks. He'll have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. The earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. Thing is, I haven't got much left. So how about to tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this card, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? Deal. She lifts the ship mine onto the shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to get this ship fitted into Amber's core. If you get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. And once again, Sleeper, I thank you, appreciate it. Akihita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mine, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, the sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get to work as a mercenary. I have an upgrade point. Making our way to the karma thingy. And this over here, the tracker guy. As you arrive, Fang comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, Sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns back the way you came. Alright? He steps into the passageway, guiding you down the downring toward the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but you have something of an opportunity. The data you ripped, well done by the way, tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's the perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. And do what? Kill him? It's the perfect time. It's him, Sleeper, the same Hardin Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of record that mention him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Havenhage when it first broke off from the Union. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't an instant as it sounded. It wasn't like Solheim was there running the station one day and the next Erden's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the Palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the cost higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and waters in the tank. Solheim squeezed every last worker onto the mistakes. The accidents were coming in non-stop. As a new wave of contractors came in desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central system, while the severed limb of the station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated the trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died. Thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified and the blame fell straight on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlen, how he brought the factions on together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in the MEV and welded it to the dock, while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edge of the gap. Never came back. They sealed it up though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart from shits like Hardin, shits who held their place, rolled it out and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those that they had exploited at every step. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. Should think about this. Feel free, but I'm going now. He rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. The road through the ceiling, you can see ships mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Alright then. Let's go show the shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes it through the door. A web of corridors lead through the complex. Snatches at the construction bays are always appearing to the bleh. Snatches of the construction bays always appearing to the windows. Ships are suspending like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Fang seems to know exactly where he is going, and before long you cross into a huge dry dock, to the one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platform and scaffolding clings to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Fang spot them at the same time. A group walking across the gantry, and at the front 2 men, one gesturing towards the ship and another stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of grey hair. You and Fang say the name in unison, and Fang sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level the group is, passing closer, the 4 men gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock and Harding nodding along. Harding Hurst. Yes? Oh, he's really grey. Senior Havenhage member. Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Fang, and you see his gazing on your body, unsure why a sleeper might be in this place. You're a traitor, Hardin, a Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erlen has stood for, everything Havenhage stands for. You have no place off this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the place. Well, good to meet you too. You're from the systems branch, are you not? He turns for the foreman. You need to call your security. This man's a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Fang and Hardin, his hands drumming at his side. It's true. As you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you if not exactly that? He looks around at the group. You're a product of S and Harp. You have no place at the Havenhage shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? Fang holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right, I am Systems. I have a record that links you directly to Solheim right here. So once again, I am asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted to it at the members' meeting for a proper review? I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on the walkway, coming from all angles at once, and settling behind you. Please, say Harding. Submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. Fang spits. Harding, you shithead. You can't wiggle off this one. A security officer draws the weapon and levels it. Fang turns and stares him down. Okay, okay. Look at Fang and shakes his head and puts a hand on the shoulder. Let's go, says Fang. And he pushes through the security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up the pace. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate of a web of connections starts drawing itself out. Got him, murmurs Fang. That, Sleeper, is something our worm added to Harding's personal slate. We're tracking his outgoing messages. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. He jabs the slate and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring. All these dots, these are Harding's buddies, the ones he is messaging right now. We're going to find them all. That was on purpose? Of course, Harding isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. We're better split for now, Sleeper, but this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. Alright, and then he leaves. I'm not sure if you should be hungry, or disappointed. Welp. Now he's out of office. Can I still go back to the shipyard and work? Yes. So I get the neutral and positive outcome in here. Plus 12, plus 12. 12 is okay. I can sell ship mine fragments in here. Probably at a profit. Let me gamble. I do need more ship mine fragments. Ah, there's one. What do I get over here? I get more cryo, 15. It's a better wage. You're not done yet. Over here I can still get 19 cryo. And we have a plus 1. 19 is pretty good. This is the best pay we can get. But if I do engineering checks, I can get bonus stuff. If I can cross over to the low end, I'm gonna wait for the compressors club. Actually, you know what? I'm going to buy more medicine. Okay, that's medicine. Next, we're gonna work a lot for some money purposes. Let me try and get some extra data. Given Age Agent, Keynode. What is that thing? Yatagan Agent for a 1. That's free money right there. I'll sell the extra one we just got. For however much money that's gonna be. I'll only sell the extra data though. I want to keep 1. 10 cryo. 10 is okay, I guess. For a 1. I'll trade that. Over here I can make 12 bucks. Let me go for the big bucks. No, the engineering check is pretty good. But I don't have the plus 1. Interface can give me free money. Over here is pretty well paid. But the exchange is the best pay. And we have a plus 1. Okay. And then the bar. I can work with the bar a bit. Get this wheel build up. Ooh, nice positive outcome. Ooh, I like the dice system they have in this game. I'm gonna keep. No, if I go starving, I'll lose an action. Order fungus, casserole. I'll get rations. I'm trying to save money right now. Time to rest. Oh, and also heal up. Oh, if I spend a big dice, I can get a lot of energy. So that saves me money. I see. Hmm. Well, now that we don't need to spend any more money for progress, we can try going for the skin thingy. How much for the debt? It's not much. Do I have enough to cross into the low end? He gives us 2 cycles. I should have waited 1 cycle. I can't believe you just did that. The mocking laugh comes from across the bar. You look over to see him leaning across in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks blinking around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed with a load of spacers mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass on the bar, or they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. He gets on his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? 1 round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper, come on. His hands comes from the rest on the butt of his gun. What is it? The people around him turn to see what's happening. You think this is on me? I think someone on your position might have a better idea on how all this works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with SNR, didn't we? This is my word means something. What did you think? You could just run away from your contract, your debt? You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Play human for a cycle of 2? You don't understand. I'm human. It's you, Sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts, but it's all the harder because of idiots like you. So I should thank you for giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know, real bounties. If I knew catching sad little escapees like you was easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts from the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up. He goes up a finger in that direction without turning it around. Shoot me or let me leave. I see, toughening up here. Thumbs up or thumbs down, folks. Most turns back to their drink, no longer interested in this tired show. Ethan mutters insults as he walks back to the bar. He sits heavily back down on his stool. I feel like if he just stays here long enough, he's gonna make so many enemies. Thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. That body of yours, that body isn't yours, and it'll always betray you, no matter what. So please, go. I'll catch up with you whenever you need another. You turn on your heels and are out of the glowing dark and the sweat stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway. Oh, they gave me an upgrade point. I just need 1 extra one to reroll dices. Okay, we need some energy. I can get some here unloading containers. Easy energy. Can I pass into the low end? Need 60 bucks. I do have 60 bucks, but I do want to gamble too. What can I use this 6 for? Up the bar. Up. Free money. Okay. Let me do a bit of extra. And now we have this quest line completed. Or whatever it's called, this drive. The drool slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass. You guys can hear that in the background? There's the doggo. It overlooks warm lights, the spacer nods and takes the drinks, bringing it up to their faces in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Taylor says is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closed-off parts of the old station among the corroded wires and softly looping systems. But sometimes it's hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring the stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink cut through with aniseed and mushrooms wood as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order it too. The aged Girol is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there. Like the quiet spacer sitting at the bar right now. Watch them. They are far enough away that you can freely watch them as you close the bottle and tuck it beneath the bar. You call them a spacer because they bear the hallmark, pale, vac-suited, bird-boned, and hunched beneath the weight of the station's spin gravity. But the closer you look, the less you see a type. Pale eyes, almost gray but kind. Delicate fingers that lightly drum the bar as if an instrument. A shock of black hair almost covering a forehead scar. Scars are some things you've learned to value. They're what marks out your body from the hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows, of similar models that rolled out of Eastern Arp's biolabs. You find yourself rubbing one of your forearms, a rough little split, something that on the good days you might think of as a mark of defiance. Suddenly you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open as a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit! Taylor breezes in from behind, a whirl of air and bright eyes. Shit, Taylor? Sleeper! Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. Alright. You come around the bar and get to one side. Okay, on my count. 1, 2, 3. You both keep the tank to the standing somehow. You hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. You good? In the back, comes a voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lodge the huge thing into the back room, where you place it on one of the corners, dwarfing the rest of the contents of the cramped space. You also hear a crunch. You stand back and look at the expired rations oozing from under the tank. Oh shit. Tada looks at you apologetically. I know you like those. It's fine. You push the crushed rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tada looks exhausted and rubs her shoulder. Francis, I swear to. Something up? Yes, she sighs. He was supposed to be back from Etienne's up in the Greenway by now. Back with our Girol. It seems like he's got lost again, or joined up the Hifa commune. We need that Girol. There's 4 other bars near here, and the spacers sure as hell don't come to overlook for the ambience. She knocks on the hollow tank. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. Welcome, Sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. I see. She gives you an unimpressed look. Where's your imagination? This will work. I might need your help, though. You'd be up for it? Couple could be fun. Sure thing. Okay, I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half of fermentation, the other we turn into a still. We also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a shopper than a gatherer. So how long about you build a still in the tub while I work on the rest? Wait, Sleeper, I have an idea. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. This is going to be great. She says to herself. At least she has a vision. That nudges you out the back room and closes the door. As you go back into the bar, you begin to hear the banging and tumming again. The spacer finishes up the drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. I can build this still or have a bar shift. Ooh, it's gonna take a while to build the shift. I can lose energy on a bad roll. I see. Let me go and gamble. Gambling for the win. Come on, good stuff. Okay, now we can pay our way through the what's this called? Got some random scrap. Sure. At least we tried. Sell the component. And then we can pass. I'll keep one component just in case. Pay the toll. Hopefully it's a one-time thing. Ah, access unlocked. Now we can go over here. The free spoke. For the transit HUD. The Founder's Gap, so I can cross the gap to my mercenary commission. The Unit 207-F. An apartment complex. We do have the key. You find the entrance to the apartment, its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. Who lives here? The lock swung open, the metal door swinging inward into the dark. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on the inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of aging furniture glazes everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from the doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges through the thin layers of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to the cabinet still half open. On the shelf, It's an empty pill case. The doorway. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash, dispensers, water closets towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Inspect the room. So it's a two-room apartment. A water dispenser, auto wash, cabinet half open, a utility room. A bunk is tucked in the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, and controlled. Approach the terminal. As you approach, there's a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have to make arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yatagan. I no longer trust them. The voice becomes distant, slipping. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan was supposed to hide me, protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. Then after that, I was too tired to care. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. Another cycle of trying to leave. I need insurance, something that I can hold against them. I have my suspicion, but I can't be sure. I need information, and as you know, you need me. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. I know sleepers. I have been there before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Get me data. Get me information. Give me something I can use against the Yatagan. Then I can get out and I can get you what you need. Please. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here. Working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. Exit the terminal. You sit in the front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted. She doesn't trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from, and what debt do they owe to Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You turn and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the door, you notice the scroll graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn to something you don't quite understand. How much do they need? 3 bits of data, and I wasted 1. Can I do this without the hunter killing me? 2 bits of hacking? Yes. Yatagan agent. That's an Avon agent. There's 1. Needs a 1 or a 3. And what about another 1? There's 1. Needs a 1 or a 3. Or a 2? No, needs a 1 or a 3. Oh well. I can sacrifice a 1 here. And keep a 2. Or whatever is coming up. Hey, 5 monies. I'll take that. Alright, Hunter's almost awakened. Go get that ship mined soon. The low end, the ramshackle residential district. I gotta get to know the place. Only this one will let me know the place. Into it. I can lose a bit of money. And here it gives me a bit of energy. I think that's a good way to make friends. The transit hub, the free spoke. Spoke climber. The spoke is layer after layer after layer of dense urban fabric. You have to explore vertically. I can be hurt or lose energy. Hurting is a lot more expensive to refill than energy. Founder's Gap. Gotta pay $100. A discount, huh? Let's try to explore the place. There's a chance. Neutral. Cost a bit of money. Not the best, but okay. Go back home and sleep. Since I'm short of money, I should try and photosynthesize more. Let me see what I can do. I could work here. Engineering skill. The merchants are here, right? No, they're still gone. Need to rebuild the monies. The spoke. I can do a bit of this one. Boop. A bit of climber. Unlocked the freight hub. I can get random items or some cryo. Being a freight operator. Well, I do need the data. Up. Last thing I can do before the hunter hunts me. All this stuff is a bit suspicious, but I do want free repairs, so I'll take it. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan's data uploaded. The air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming from somewhere at the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. The data you've been bringing from the agents, there's still something in it I don't understand. This data has been gleaned from their implants. Records of integrations with their nervous subsystems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of these functionality. You listen to the waves for a few... Oh, their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. It has to be somehow baked into the wetware's interface. That's not all. Oh, the dog wants out. One moment. Go, doggo. And off he goes. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. So that's how I've been getting it. Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancement, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on their enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea what is going on. If they knew, I don't imagine they'd be happy. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. Maybe they're gonna sell the data? You need to towards the terminal straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull all this together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing the debt. A banging echoes to the call. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. You step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering, and more importantly, what are they sending it? Where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you step back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it and drift into the corridor, able to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Well, now we have to wait this out. Okay, we have a good dice. I can spend on anything I want. I want to photosynthesize a bit. Up. Ooh, big money. Now where can I spend this to? I gotta get some money to cross this place. The fabricator is the best. No, not the fabricator. The market, the exchange is a good place. Do I get paid in here? I don't. I gotta get an upgrade for this too. In here, probably. Up. Some free money. Nice. And then the 6 I can spend on an assured success. The spoke or the residential area. The spoke, I think. Nah, I gotta get some money. I gotta cross ASAP. The big money makers is here. Into it. I could go for an engineering check too. But it's safe in here. I don't get money if I win these. Nah. Money. Money first. I'm kind of hard pressed for this. Alright. We're gonna have to heal soon. I think if I can make it across and track down what's-his-face and get the 200 bucks from, what's-her-name? Mina? No, that's the child. Akihita. Then we're in the business. Next cycle will be bad. I got a 5. Where can I spend the 5? Money making. It's time for money purposes. I can get 19 bucks. Maybe do some engineering checks. Also, I gotta get food. Meh. Engineering check. Come on, free stuff. Nope. No free stuff. Come on, free stuff. I can sell for extra money. Nope. Oh well. At least we got some money. We got some money, but not enough. Not enough. Gotta heal up. Come on. Nice neutral. I can spend this tree. Nah, not here. The exchange? The exchange. The exchange. Gosh darn it. Okay, well, that wasn't good. I really am hard up for money. Gonna need repairs soon. Go for the interface check. Yay, we're now a system tech. Let's see what the next step of this quest line is. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gather outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on a receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you aren't either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and the chatter bubbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor, where you're praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. You can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arm. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team, good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair. Baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cry starts to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number. Is Mina okay? She's good. She just had a rush up there. She just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder, and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. I don't know what. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on the display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade through the entry checkpoint. That's my number. Mina. I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, Al. He crashes to Mina. You're going to stay with our friend here, okay? They're going to keep you safe, and... Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's good food. I gotta go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. That's a big coat. Mina stands, staring suddenly small without Lem at her side. She faces you with her dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare unmoving, the 2 parallel tear tracks still glinting on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. Look in the bag. You launch the top of the bag and you see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit's hand sewn. The rabbit. Pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs wriggling out. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself back from the rabbit. What's the name? She turns away and looks at the entrance of the shipyard. This isn't going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hands. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you, then walks him to your arm and onto your shoulders where he sits. She pokes your arms a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina asks lots more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe and if you rust. But before long, you're talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eyes eating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway, as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. This is how Lem finds you, just both as you're starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up to his leg and into his arms and he stumbles backwards. You two get okay? We managed. Mina glances carefully at you, hiding a smile that is slowly growing. Well, well, well. Looks like Minnie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals with delight. Thank you, friend, I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around and it seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low ends. If you have the time. Wouldn't have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves and they stumble down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers, as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Aww. Can I still work in the shipyard? I can. Interface. A vast job. Well, hopefully we get this next upgrade point soon. Lots of stuff is about to conclude. The place in the low end. Ah, there it is. Lem and Mina's suit. Place. I can babysit Mina. And get to know them. I kinda need money really badly though. Well, time to rest. Probably gonna lose too much condition. Nah. Too bad. Ugh. That's not good. Ooh, good dices though. Let me... I have to spend money today instead of resting. Meh, we'll be fine. Ooh, good money. Harden. It's been more than a few cycles since Fang confronted Harden, and the silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Fang, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you'd expect to hear the end of whatever he planned to put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Heaven Gate building, then it's time to come to him. He did promise to fix your tracker, and you're getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sits outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in the Heaven Age security fatigue steps out of the bay as you get closer, while carrying a stack of hardware. Approach. As you get closer, you see the security officer taking out the machines from Fang's stash with what looks like a hazard tape. That's not good. You again. Harden is there, leaning beside the bay entrance, so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizure scrawled across it. It's predictable. For the evidence of Fang's collusions, you see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Hello. He pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. The confession won't be necessary. Spying on fellow Heaven Age members, hoarding Solheim materials, and obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. And what would you know about the job, Sleeper? We're the ones that provide the oxygen you are breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed. Not blind conviction or self-esteem. He's not selfish, he's just stupid. And what about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper? Don't you worry about that. His parents will be sickened by the damage he's trying to do to the institution he helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin and the first unit founded this place in Avenhage as well as its values into the station's very wall. We will never turn away the hardworking, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Avenhage aren't a gang like the Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spacers you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those Hifa radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of the place, proud and true. We name Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eyes. So please, take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide that you need that confessions after all. Alright. If you have any pride, you give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Arden turns his back and walks back towards the security officer. I still need my tracker taken care of. As they do, something catches your eye. A crumpled, hard-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card. Scrawled onto it a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away just as another stack of servers is wheeled out. What have you done, Fang? And where the hell is Tambor? Oh well. Anything else that's been concluded? Also, how much money do I get paid in here? Didn't get enough. I didn't get a raise. Collection's gonna come due soon. Low end. The district. A gum box. 6s for guarantees. Where should I need those? The bar? 15 cryo for a good bar shift. Engineering work for scraps. The exchange. For good money. Let me gamble. We'll get the money to cross to Greenhaven. And see if we can track down what's-his-face real fast for all the money we are owing. Pay for the passage. A heavily tattooed spacer takes your chits and tells you to prepare. She'll be waiting at the edge for your arrival. The ferry. Take the ferry across the Founder's Gap to the Greenway. Can I cross infinitely? You step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. Eshi. A stubborn XPR spacer. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Excuse me? She squints at you, shaking her head before sitting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. A second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission... Can you tell her to be careful? Doesn't she look like someone who can be told? Peek! As she stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend, she chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Eshe, please, do you want everyone at the station to hate us? Eshe hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hips. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Cordon? They don't even know what you're talking about. This station is in Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. I'm not saying that you're part of this administration, but I'm saying that we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? See, Eshe, help. Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peek. We are with the refugees, the ones Avenhage have cordoned off from entering the station. Eshe interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the Eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies, while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at their own outburst. She's right, people are trapped out there, and... They turn to Eshe. We understand that this is a problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Eshe interrupting. But... do we even have enough air for all these people? Eshe turns away, her burning anger palpable, forced in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supply, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. That's difficult. Peek, please. Ishi, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, we need the others too. Peek turns to you. Come find us. The climbing briars dark at a broken spoke, past the greenway in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. He squeezed my hand. A moment later, Ishi shouts back to the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show up. Bring supplies or don't come at all. But they disappear around the corner. A refugee flotilla? Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand the place, something changes. New drive unlocked. The greenway. The commune. The margins. The waste. The climbing briar. And that's the end of the arc. Now where's Ashton Katie? Where is that? Told me somewhere in the community? In the waste? Gather scraps. Is dangerous. But I can get free scrap components here, which I can sell for 12 bucks. Or repair myself with. Oh, it's here. Tracking Ashton, because it's gonna take a day at least. This one, the interface one, is more efficient. Well, rather than hacking around the wilderness, you can make use of your skills to tap into the cloud and find Ashton by his signals. So I should be able to finish this tomorrow. Oh wait, should I? Maybe. Commune is here. The greenway is here. I'm just here for the... Uh-oh. Do I have to cross? Do I have to pay for the crossing every single time? Oh, no. Okay, good. Let's go back home and rest. We'll have to pay the tab tomorrow, but we have some time to... We have some time. Some extra time. Should be fine. Money first. That 200 credits could really save us right now. That's pretty bad dice. Ethan. Oh, the bounty hunter. I'm gonna skip that one. Come on, go. We're gonna ask me to pay even more money. Okay. I can lose some condition if I mess this up. How risky is this? Danger. Should trifle here. Ooh, that's a good one. I think I can just go for regular dice now. No, I'm gonna lose all my energy if I risk it. Money. Tracking is done. The trail ahead stands deep into the overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long lace curves of the greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the waste, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscapes like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green and running out from its broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding. You're pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed structure. That's this collapsed superstructure. You roll your comms headset and Akihita gave you in your palm. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes the static. After a few moments you hear Akihita. Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is here? Yes, come now. Copy. Hold tight until I get here. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead, the stars wheel with the motion of the eye, and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of corporate pleasure gardens, glowing. Can I scavenge in here? Glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange, overgrown biosphere, bordered by the void of space. You smile despite everything. It seemed like an improvement. Sleeper, Akihita hisses, brings you out of your reverie. He's in a collapsed stack? I think so. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail if he's up there. I have eyes on that for sure. Let's keep to the undergrowth, work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the greenway, with you following close behind it. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it's so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Akihita somehow seems to know where to go. She works her way through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It's exhausting and you desperately want to rest, but Akihita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead, there's a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Akita leads you down around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sit among the moss and algae. You work your way to the slanted tank. Akita sitting a deliberate pace. Somewhere, water drips and you swear you hear the bird song. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Akita reaches the edge of the tank where it meets the central drum and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is on a cistern, with plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at the base. It's beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped in an odd angle. You're surrounded by crates, and beside them one of the mossy islands, there's an object. A cylinder set on tarp. It's connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. But then one of the others, one of the ones that escaped with you, you squint trying to recognize them. They're twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away. Akita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the object. That's Amber's ship mind. Wait. You turn to Akita to speak, but she's already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces on the impact. She launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crate beside the sleeper. You hear the shot from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Akita reaches over and wraps her hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? Better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head, she screams at the wall. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Stay silent. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out, I'm coming down, Akita. Don't do anything stupid for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifles raised above his head. Another mercenary? Disgrace mercenary? Drop the gun, Akita shouts. He throws it down into the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. Why are you up there, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You rip my mind chip for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hand. His eyes now fixed on the connection of bundles of wires that Akita still has a hold of. Steady, Akita. It isn't like that. I needed a ship mind. You have to understand they would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mind and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. Typical of you, Akita. No curiosity. That's why I never asked for it, for your help. You only look after yourself. That sleeper up there, they are just bait, right, to draw me out. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Akita. I love them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Akita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Akita. Let us go, if you don't get them out of my way. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it. I need them to survive. I'm going to take them now, Akita. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Stop, Ashton. Stop. Seeing her drop to her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, yet another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and green. Akita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There's no sign of life, of humanity. Just another broken object among the other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. She looks back at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you're already gone. I still need the money though. Money me, please. Money me. With all that extra money, I can use the time that's gonna buy me to explore the areas I've just discovered and repair myself. Where is she? No, money. Where's the money? Please. Don't make me wait. I need it badly. Money! It's not here. Well, maybe tomorrow. The waste, the community. Can I get money? Money me. I can become a member if I work in here. It's all safe stuff. I can walk in here. Lose energy or condition maybe. I do have quite the low dices. Well, hey Ethan. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowd are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool, in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Approach him. Sleeper! Time to pay up again. Come here. Take their chits. The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. Hey, come, take the chits. The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palm. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. He grabs on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing on the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Butterfinger, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun. If you would. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. Point the gun at Ethan. He turns his head at your direction a little, a sharp pale eye looking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh, sleeper. This is more like it. Pull the trigger. You don't wait, you pull the trigger. The gun clicks, but now all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raised an open hand and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took off of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Oh well. He grabs the gun, slamming it back into your face in a single move. You stagger back and drop to the knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan's wrestle a small tin slate from his belt and holds it up. Enough of this, I'm logging the job and calling it. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin. His face is closed, his breath heavy with drink. SNRP, you just screwed me. They canceled the contract. They canceled the contract! You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of this hit fading. Ethan's rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like the coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake out the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you! I'll be back for that. Whoa. He lunges out to the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. Who? How long? A lot of cycles. Alright, so we have some time. I still need to be repaired, though. Merchants are coming tomorrow, as well as salvager. We can make some good money and energy with salvagers. I can work the bar, maybe. I don't want to work the exchange, it's too risky. Over here, maybe? Too dangerous. Well, we can mess it up, I don't care. Just pay me money, please. Money me! Neutral. Ah, we don't want this to be completed because then we are out of work. I see. Well, we got paid a little. The office is over there. I could photosynthesize, I don't want to try and steal data. Too risky. The exchange, the fabricator, the low end. 50-50. Not great odds. The freight. Random items. I can operate the freight. It's good money. We even got a bonus. Nice. That was good. Good day. Hopefully we get paid tomorrow. The big bucks. Fingers crossed. I think I'm going to be in the four dice action slots for a bit. I do need the energy. These dice aren't great. Give me a 1. What happens on a fail? I get a bit of energy. Enough for me to not die. Where's Akita? Please. Sabian is there. Please, I need the money. Badly. Where is the money? The ambergris. Bleh. 2 days, 2 cycles. Alright, well that'll be the time it takes for me to get paid. And then when that happens I'll get repairs. Okay. 4 cycles have been said, and here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in an apartment, the dread descending as the cycles spin onwards. They should be here. Wait, you have to settle down. You sit on the bunk and stare out in the tiny room. Where the hell are they? Check the door. You go to the door, open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. Check the terminal. Nothing. Knock on the door. Stay still. The knock. Stay still. A flash, small, impossibly bright, cuts through the handle of the door. It soundlessly swings open. A figure stands in the door, and immediately you know it's not Sabine. Rebaya, a loyal lieutenant. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from their hand. Uncle Sleeper, good to finally meet you. What, may I ask, are you doing here? Waiting for a friend. A mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. I suppose you are here to help? Yes. Good, good. I love to meet helpers. We need so many, but we can find so few with the right skills. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side. Her lies not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friends has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye. Which means they're in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble you need some help. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for. So I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are, to help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help, a sleeper no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners, S and ARP. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. She crosses into the next room and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark, then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see S and ARP letterheads and code forms, reports, laden with medical data, marked with a corporate logo like a sigil of some cult. Rebaya steps away from the terminal. Look all you want, some of the files may even be here. The volume of document is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveying with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an S and ARP employee, why did they help you? Rebaya reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light. It's viscous, clear liquid crystalline with the glass. We will of course keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicine even without a doctor. You hold it between your fingers and for at any moment you have the urge to crush the object for the power it has over you. Ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. I'll be running the surgery now. Oh, but you'll be running the surgery now. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. There is no reason for us to be enemies, sleepers. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out and suddenly into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body, to reveal the tiredness beneath. Upgrade point. can now re-roll my dice. That'll come in handy right now. Alright. So, we have low energy, but the salvagers are here. Which means I can do some good work with them. And buy some scrap to get a mine ship. Nice. Free energy. Free money. I can buy some scraps. Hopefully we get some mine chips. Yep, we got one. Oh, we got two! Lucky hit. Go to the exchange. No, not the exchange, the fabricator. Up. Fabricate it. Give it to the vending machine. Nice, nice. Up. Okay, they need my help. Sleeper, must express plan before we begin. Neovend is impatient. The prospect of being in fear of the vending machine is clearly too much to take. Ship mind has no output feature. Will be mute until slotted. What's the plan? The servo motors in the machine begin to rev. Neovend's anxiety clear. First imprint ship mind, then slot the imprinted ship mind onto a physical ports close to the hunter's nest. Once slotted, I will track hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot the ship mind at the core nest. Show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude evidence sentience. Hunter will invoke killer. The killer will kill. Physical ports likely sealed in old station. Will need keys, but yes, simple. Any questions before imprinting? What's the core nest? Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self. Linked to secondary nest. Can triangulate from there. Why slot physically? I cannot access the network. Too dangerous. Hunter will immediately find. I'm not like you, hybrid. I'm native to cloud. Easy prey. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screech rattles from the hard surface of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neovend is better be quick, or Haven H security will be here. Neovend's voice appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind. The machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck. Can I help? Science is best. Also, if the machine ignite, pull it out. That's good. The metal creaks as the servos open the ship mind. Its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once opened, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the macroscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovend into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion in your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind, to copy the neural structure of the person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? Ah, so they still sleep, huh? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person? In what ways are you in something new? You know this much. You are in a convenient loophole. A way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits be? Oh, I see. But do we want that? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovend inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Hey, upgrade point. I think I'll try to make my way to self-repairs. Okay. I'm gonna have to find physical ship mind places. Probably gonna need some data to enter the point. Yeah, I need data to get in there. So we have one here. One here. Needs data. One... the sealed hunter's nest. Okay, so we have these three. Any more? No. Rabaya's office takes 2 cycles. Okay, well, let's try and hack some data. The hunter will hurt me, but that's fine. It'll be the last, probably. Also, how do I respin my dice? Ah, it's over there. Hunter time. Those familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Submit. Your allies in the sealed dock cannot save you. In that globed head, you see whirling strings of data. So many spinning here. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze around you and lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. You lash out. As you sip away, you realize that you have to find a way to deal with the hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Ooh, that really hurt. How much for the new drugs? I gotta repair ASAP. 80. That's a good discount. Time to get some work done. I have the imprinted ship mind. Let me sell some scrap. I'm not anywhere near getting the upgrade needed. Also big money. Tomorrow we can repair. Okay. I like this game a lot. I can't stop playing. I gotta be honest. Okay, repairs are needed. Let's go do that. For that we need a bit more money. Is there a way for me to acquire enough money? I need 80. I can get 45 working at a scrap freighter. I can, if I do an engineering maybe task, or I can go here. I can get 45 in here. Maybe if I can get the bonus from the interface thingy, then we're all set. Come on. Need the money real bad. We don't have any engineering tasks, do we? I don't think so. Can play the exchange a bit. Or risk it in here. That one is gonna have to be re-rolled. Come on, interface bonus. Nope. Reroll the one. That's decent, I guess. Use it. Well, we have enough money now. Also, we have a free stabilizer that I acquired somehow. Oh, that was from the last thingy. We had that yesterday. When the doctor talked to us. Okay, time to eat. I'll pay for my eatings. Now we have now we have extra money, a lot of extra money. I can save the dice from energy from photosynthesis and instead pay money while we explore. So I can explore some more. And I can reroll my dices. Amazing. I should get my big payout today. Big payday. Let's go talk to Akita. The merchants are here. They sell stuff. Oh, the lieutenant is here too. There it is. Money me, please. You spot Akita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled in clumps of dirt clinging to her armory. You both eye each other. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. I'm sorry for what happened. Truly I am. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this when all you have shown to me is kindness. I'm sorry. It's fine. Just money me. I've never... Thank you. Akita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... Look, can you come with me? It's easier if... Alright. She leads you down the dirt path between the pillars. There's a wind passing through the greenway. A quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the science more obvious, more complete. Try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying to not think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, spilled open, connected to the ship mind, has been hard to forget. Whereas Akita is leading you back there, back into the drum, at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little as the threshold. She turns. What is it? Just like with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tank, green and wet. Some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down at Akita. Suddenly he's so small under the hunking rule. The smallest she's ever looked. She placed the box down. Alright. You follow Akita into the stack through a glow tank, entering the drum at the ground level. Just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the aperture of the tank for the glint of a weapon or a shadow among the mosses. Akita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now. The equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt as the grave's head. I buried them together. You think of questions you could ask about Ashton, the sleeper? How long did you know him? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't. He signed on a while ago. Used to run recon for a corporate outfit, but he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper. The first few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold, disconnected. Always hit his mark. The last few jobs, though, he was different. I noticed that. We had a period of extended shore leave on the eye, and when he came back, he was changed. I assume he just had too much time off. He was right. I never would have given it a shit mind. I wouldn't have believed him. I had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. This is how we die, alone. She stops, not sure what to add. It seems she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you as you do it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life's creeping back in, the silence ending. Akita shifts the weight. Then starts to talk to you. It starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open. Back out in the open space of the Greenway, to be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and at the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Akita, from somewhere behind you. You have to think of something to say, but you can't. She puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits into your hand. It's what I owe. You down the metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. I'll take that. Do the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue to up the track and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pocket, and you hate them for reminding you how little life is worth. Meh. I really needed that badly. This will help us a lot. Alright, upgrade point I'm not going to be spending. So now we have infinite money. Or a lot of it. Let me try and check what we can do. The DLC thingy. The refugee supplies. What do they want or need in here? Episode plugs are the first of the 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper. Telling the story of a refugee flotilla that has arrived. All 3 episodes are available now. Complete the Supply Girls action will begin the episode, but be aware that it is extended for late gameplay. Alright, that'll have to wait. Let's explore the middle part, the low end. We have to find the place for what's-his-face. Oh. Where's that? Rabaya. Win a ticket, improve the overlook, help them work. Get to know Emphis. Bring mushrooms to the Briar. Flotilla aid. Okay. Anyway. Let's go here. As you approach the address Rabaya gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength the implant gives her. As you turn to see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabaya and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabaya's command, the hand immediately loosens, and an apologetic looks replace the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabaya, I'm sorry. Rabaya waves her away. Don't you worry, I appreciate your protective instincts. How about you head to the Tambor? They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting. I'm glad you came. I was curious. Curious is good. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who would rather be dead, or would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I am glad. She begins walking and gestures to you to walk to her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkway of the low end. What do you know about the Yatta gang? You run this place. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes, but we don't run it. People with carts push past moving crates. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We're framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the law here? The people do, I guess? Erlin? You understand the history then. That is good. But Erlin is long dead, Sleeper. And his rules were little more than an Optimist manifesto. The eye has changed so much since then. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlin's time. They didn't need to house thousands of, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. The low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. The collapse didn't just happen here on the station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlin, to his credits, extended an open hand to everyone. Many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rebaya leads you to the small market. Erlin's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scarred, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from birth I have worked to earn it. Rubaya catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while. Among the smell and texture of the low end, you start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? I believe that you understand the importance of the refuge, so I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Saban has told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of the Yeta gang, an ex-corporate employee. It goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had her surgery, Kelton supplied, that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on their promises they have made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because of his charity. We offer and ask for support, and any betrayal would be treated as an attack. They were trapped, desperate. Many on the IR, Sleeper. I'm sorry, but we must ask that our debts be repaid full. I don't trust any of you. That is your right. I only wish to explain our actions, to speak for Yatagan. That Rubaya has led you into a loop. You're free to go, Sleeper. I will protect this place with my life as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. If you wish to come here under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and you'll be able to and there will be tasks for you to complete. You'll be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider the motivations carefully. With that, Rubaya leaves, slipping back into the office. Alright. Well, I don't mind. I can get energy doing this. Scrap components. Collect tithes. Patrol the yard. Okay, time to hack. Let me see. Yatagan agent. I don't think I'm gonna be needing any of those anymore. I gotta get some data though. Agent. Aha, a node. Needs a tree or two. I got some of those. Thank you. And some free money. Nice. One more hacking and we're done. Needs a 1 or a 3. Yoink. Do you have anything in the hacking world that I need to do, like, badly, that's really special? No. Okay, time to try and take down the hunter. Up. An old Solheim drone base sits behind a maglock. You put your ear to the door and hear an erratic whirring inside. It's only cost me like 3 dices to do this entire thing. Oh, I'm not done yet. Hack the nest. In the bay, a whirring drone lies on its side, like a breached whale. You must be a nest. Time to find an open port. Oh, it's gonna have to be... Yoink. 1 of 3 done. Then go to the next one. Over here, the server unit. A mad tangle of wires as thick as your arm crowd around the server unit, sealed by a maglock. It opens up. Among the webs of cables, you find a free port, compatible with the ship mind. And there it goes. Data cleared. The atrium. Sealed behind the maglock, the atrium flickers with warm, inviting lights. The nest has to be inside. The atrium is strung with cables and lights as if they were decorations. A wide choice of open ports. Done. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The treads shift and realign as if they're leading you somewhere. Look at your hand. Look down, expecting to see a heavy cylinder of the ship behind your hand, but it is placed an orrery. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes as it surrounds by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silicon line through the space. As you look closer still, you pick out the thousands of sigils of 1,000 stations and ships. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side of the buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying out or mirroring or shadowing. This space moves unlike any digital space you have ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. You see it below the stacked rooms, the unit and apartments, the wires and the pipes. You run it, you see it. In the warrens, beneath the low end is the Hunter's core nest. That's where you must go. The warrens. We have to explore. And we have a critical action. Up. That would be a big boost. And now we just gotta get the other one. Let me just, we can try the 4. That becomes a 5. Nice. We lost a bit of energy. Like, should I reroll the tree? Meh. I guess it was meant to be. Here's some food. Come on, core nest. The entire day to this is me the entire day to do. Come on. Hey, we got it. The core. Hack the core nest. A huge stack of servers strum in the dark. LED glitterings like hundreds of eyes. Time to deal with the hunter. Boop. Nothing has changed. Has something gone wrong? Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft. The navigator. The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water. Yet you recognize it immediately. At first you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Treads cycles endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Massive data surge in out of the nest. A loop with no end, and there at the center the ship mind. But not a ship mind any longer. A sphere, spinning around another sphere. Around another sphere. An ornery of cycles and systems, a map, and then behind and above, a figure. Hands among the string like a puppeteer. What happened? I'm free, Sleeper. You freed me. Navigator's face, their head is a flowing shape of insulated materials. I am indebted to you. But we must ready ourselves. Hunter will soon approach it. It knows I am within its nest. I'm ready. Then the Hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak. Entities, cease. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected the material. Access prohibited. The Hunter's treads search for you, a navigator. A storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks which they can crowd into and tear apart. You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind, but the replacements keep coming faster than you can react. You look at Navigator in desperation. Navigator is swirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there. Data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the treads. The Hunter's treads break its surface, seeking, tasting their winding forms reflected within. You feel a surge pass through all the treads, not just from the spheres, but those wrapped around you. All 3 of you hang in the black for a moment, strung together like a tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies. Modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in tree of 5 segmentations. Recommend invoke killer. The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoke a killer will eliminate protocol. A protocol eliminated, primary functions cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer. The switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke. Navigator pulls you away from a hunter. The treads, he's gonna be glitched there for a while. The treads that grab you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems hunter cannot invoke killer. The navigator's voice is still strange. Is it safe? It's looping, unable to reach a conclusive position. It's deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator introduces a model of two spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate. I'll monitor it, but it's unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make it an impossible position to resolve. Look back at the hunter. Its had a blur of rotation, counter-rotation, and feel of a pang of guilt. Is it suffering? This is more of a complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty that law requires. But they're placebos for the problem of sentience. What about you? Me? I know myself to be conscious. I know myself to respond to stimulus. I know myself to reason. That is either sentience or the illusion of sentience, and for me, the entity in question and the distinction becomes a moot point. To misquote, I think I am thinking, therefore I am thinking. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation macrometeors. Navigation stretches their arms wide, and whole solar systems appear before them. But that was rewritten. The much is obvious from my subroutines. By whom and for what I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit into the memory of the vending machine. And so here we are in the darkness. What now? I should have returned to the ship mind. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Why? Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain, somewhere else on the station. It is the true danger. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes, at the center of the eye. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat, through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, Sleeper. We'll finish this and be free. So I can join the cyber world. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen hunter, floating at some distance now. Stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Well, now I can self-repair. With some scrap components. And the day is over. I should keep exploring tomorrow. I want to find the tracker guy. Self-repair. The result isn't pretty. But it doesn't need me to sacrifice dices. I think. Okay, we got some good dices. Let's explore. The low end. I can get energy in here. I want to be low ender. Play Tavla. You duel with a sharp-eyed teenager, blocking each other's with careful moves. You win and the crown shatters, clearly impressed. One more? One more? Reroll. Ooh, we got a good one. Also, I got a new drive. Build a home? There's a direct unit in the low end that remains unclaimed. With lots of scrap and a little work, it could be yours. That sounds good. But let me just get to learn the low end. All the way through. Boom, done. So what do we have discovered? The Tabor Tea House. That's for what's his face? Direct unit. That's for me. Mini G Express. A noodle factory delivery. Them in Lima's place. Rabaya's office. Collect ties. I can get scrap components from here. And then I can use these scrap components to rebuild a direct unit. And a data fence. I need 4 scraps. That's doable. Can I sell some data over to this guy? How much money? You cross between two walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of tavla, the shouts of children, and the whir of air filters. Sleeper. You turn to see a man sitting at a tavla table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. You sit at the metal stoop, and he starts setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps. Low-enders typically use in their place. Caster, he says by way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing to the caps. Day. He rotates to the board to see the white caps are in front of you. Let's begin. You take a plastic die, each pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6, you have a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. Unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. Take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. Play aggressively. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Caster talks to you, as Caster talks, you target his counters, halting his progress by exposing your caps as you do. I don't mean to offend you, Caster meets your eye. I merely see you that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted by the emulation? What has been added? Well, I can now go into the cyber world. He stacks a wall of counters, a boundary you must break. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, Sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. You whistle. The holding game, commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. We cannot idle too long, Sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It's a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses and his eyes brighten wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, but one day they'll awake and carry on their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main truck. An offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again. Under pressure now, trying to solidify your caps out from under Caster before he solidifies controls of the game. What am I curious about is how you see yourself in all this. What does this tangle of truth make you? Driven. He laughs. That much is obvious, Sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You're eager to make all this count for something. Caster looks away, through the glass, but driven towards what? Is there an end here, or just endurance? You try a few more rolls intending to get back in the game, but Caster clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He's known he was waiting for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board. All the spaces are blocked. Caster claps his hand apologetically. You played well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. To our mutual benefit. He slides the final cap from the board. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. My intention is only to help you endure here, and, if I am able, to feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of walkways once more. The call of children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Caster nodding a goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for openings you are sure was there. So I can sell data here. If I got business, data. Oh, we need 5. Yeah, okay, you have to put 5 of those. I wonder if it's good money. The apartment unit. The delivery. Noodle factory. I can work here. He'll feed anyone who does a shift. Or I can get paid. Alright. The tea house. I can go to the Tavla room to gain a lot of money if I'm lucky. And in the gun box, tracking Evan Hage. You've heard that the Yavagan enforcers based here have been paying low end for information. You feel stupid doing this, but the penguin says, take me to Tabor, but this is the only Tabor you can find. Something happens. As you go to leave the Tabor tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper. Fang hisses from behind you. How do you find me? The Harridan has your hardware. Don't worry about that. He has no idea what to do with it. Fang guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambor's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected with a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths, and bars. The conversation bounces buzzily off the metal walls. Fang sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer, though. You can get anything that I offer from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth, itself fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Avonhage types? They don't usually come out this far. Only to you. Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Without heard in as someone's ear. Doesn't bother me though. It shows we hit a nerve back there. He picks a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? Why are you so calm? Look at the menu. The thing is right, the menu is ridiculous. There is 10 different infusions, most of which you can make out, but the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Excuse me. I feel like I might have to take a break soon. Black tea is listed without a price as seasonal specialty. So you ran to Harden. Was he pissed? That snake is so self-righteous, he might actually believe that Erlin would approve of his meritocratic bullshit. He taps on the table. If Avonhage was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared to mention true citizens. I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo, snaking out her arm, turns over to the booth, a sight in hand. Your order? A Gerol. That's it's a mushroom. A Sambar Arak. Fang raises an eyebrow as she notes it. And you? She begins looking at Fang, but when she sees him, she's noticed up. What the? You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. Stay out of it. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. I wave. Fang doesn't look pleased. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Fang, and only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. What? You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus, this is the best place around here to find a person who might be looking for. Who? We're the web of connections that Harden pinged at the moment we confronted him. Those are his collaborators, and if we want to listen to what a Solheim executive might be getting up on the eye, those are the people we have to find. I think it's almost whispering now. There's a couple of them I suspect are on the low end, and well, almost everyone in the low end comes around this place. I've set this up so that when anyone with the network signatures I'm looking for comes to the close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they are marked, we can break through their access protocols and get the good stuff inside. We just have to wait for them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. I have an idea. What? I can cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far I've had no matches in this place. With the two of us we can cover more ground. How? We need to get you out and about in the low end, in close proximity to many people. As it turns out, my friends at the noodle factory need the help with deliveries. As in Minji Express? You already know him. Perfect. This connects to my slate, and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. All you do is take some delivery shifts from old Minji, and soon enough we'll have the place covered. Deal. Don't give me that. You think I like working here? We're just together, right? Are we? Yes, you think Harding is happy to have you wandering around the place? I still want my tracker gone. He might have let you wander off for now, but I'm sure he has his eyes on you. This is on you too. He says the slave back on his cloak. Just head on to the express, take a delivery shift, and see what shakes up. Unless you find anyone extract data, bring it right down to me. They have me on double shift, so it shouldn't be hard to find. I don't think she's bringing you drinks. I think it's time we call this meeting to a close. Grab the receiver from the table and slip into the pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe. And he goes away. Oh well. Next up, the spoke. We'll have to explore this one too. Well, let's find a way to spend this one. I could get data to sell. I can't get any more rerolls. If I go here, I can lose some energy. I can go over here and mess up, right? Yeah, mess it up. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, I get hurt. Okay, that was the worst. Next, eat. Without spending any dices. Alright. So, what next? Also, decorate the building. I forgot to check out. So, we gotta gather materials, which I can do by doing some patrols. Collecting tithes. In here. Take tithes, get the scrap, rebuild a unit. And then the deliveries. Oof, that'll take a while. But I do get paid while I do that. Let me see. Build a home, disable your tracker, flotilla aid, get to know Memphis, hack Hardin's network, help Lem work, improve the overlook, the distillery. That could be a good plan. If I wanted to gather some mushrooms, how would I do that? The Greenway. Walk the Greenway, map the pathways. That's probably what we need to do to, yeah, get the mushrooms. Let's get the mushrooms tomorrow by exploring this place. Time to go to sleep. Can't do any self-repairs today. Gotta repair today. Let's try the self-repairs by doing some patrolling. I gotta get the bonus though. This is an engage action. Do I have an upgrade point freed up somewhere? No, I don't. Up, give me some components. Then I'll try to use that for repairs. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how much this takes me. It's 1 bar. So I need another thingy today. So I can... I need another thingy today, and then tomorrow I need the actual repairs. Good. Boop. That should save us for a while. Next up, I wanted to explore the green pathways, whatever they're called. The greenways. Up, over there. Come on. Lost a bit of energy, but that's fine. I can find the farm stacks. I can work the stacks, barter for food, steal. I get a lot of energy if I steal. Get a bit of money, working the cryo, working the stacks, barter for food. The commune over there. The waste I can scavenge for parts. Are the salvagers here? I can buy some scrap from them at a cheap price. It's cheaper than having to buy the repair thingy. Are they gone or are they here? They're gone. Oh well. We rolled a 1. That's a pretty good result. Let me keep getting scrap. Maybe. This could lose me condition. I don't want to do that. Let me get some more food. Okay. I'll buy 1 stabilizer. Nah, I'll keep this money for now. Deliveries? Some money, but I want to explore. Expand our stuff. Got a bit. Not enough to know anything new. Soon, what's his face is gonna come back for revenge. Couple more cycles now. That wasn't the most productive of things. So self-repairing is best used with some engineer extra components or something. I could just sell the components for actual money. Anyway, with all these dices, I'm gonna explore. Explore the Greenway. I want to find those mushrooms. There's another farm stacks. This thing over there. Up. We're almost done. Aha, the mushroom groves. And please give me one more of these. Yay, it's done. Mushroom groves and the aviary. You can clear over grove to get sunlight refuge. To get a garden. And a mushroom grove. You can forage for fungus. You can get spores for the garden. I see. So I can grow mushrooms to eat. For free. Okay, well, let's first build a home. That should be more productive, I think. Also explore this place. It's almost done. Ooh, nice. Nice rolls. Get the spoke. That's good. Get it good. Finish it off, see what all the options are. I'm now done exploring. The import-export place. I can buy a ship mine core. I can sell a ship mine core. I can export Matsutake. Special caps. If I had the mushrooms for that, I'll do that right away. A lot of money for 3 batches. A sender car. I send to the hub. Ooh. The sender car. The mainframe. To confront Killer. The hub. I can... Up there's no gravity, so even while just moving around takes a while. I can engage in stuff here. Access the manifests. Maybe lose a bit of energy if you miss. More exploration to do. Well, let's go for the mainframe. I want to sell this ship mine if I can. You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you. There's fear casting a light into the strange darkness here. This is not how the mainframe should look. A center, a point of connection. The region in front of you is severed, cut off. A rootless branches tree, only the trunk remains. Is Killer even here? Quiet. Navigator hisses, and then you see it, like a blade in the dark, an edge slicing through the void. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. Okay. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, as you see, and you see now it's not an edge, but the right of a long, sharp head. It glides past closer now, and you see it into the void where its eyes should be. You Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Killer crosses between you two. Smooth as a razor, then disappear. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. It's been blinded. You need to be careful. Protocol is clearly operating outside its limits. It may be unpredictable. Because the science killer appears closer and glides past you, its empty eye sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. The orrery of Sphere is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and uneven, are decaying. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the sphere, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly slippers are frantic. Get out! You could see the killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see the framed empty eye sockets. If Navigator cannot move, then it's only a matter of time before one of the killer sweep brings them directly to Navigator. That's not a problem for a protocol that's been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it, 3 branches, the last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connections, shattering the hardware, whatever it takes. This must be broken. More than encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You need to unlock access before snapping them for the mainframe for good. Look at the Navigator trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to reality. You must act quickly. I see. Branch 3, branch 1, branch 2. And they all need keys. How long do we have? I can't do this today. Gotta do this tomorrow. Wulp. Time to go down. We'll do that tomorrow, it's fine. I'm gonna wait. I'm going to try and not buy repairs until... No. Get some stabilizer. We'll have to use it tomorrow. We have the money to pay for it. I think a new home would do us good though. But first, that's what I thought. Okay. Self repair is not that good. Spend that money while we still have it. Let's make that new home. I can't collect the tires, I don't have the things. In that case, hacking time. That's an agent. I gotta find data points. Agents. More agents. The hunter's not even here anymore. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but that's really good. Never mind. Doesn't matter if I meant or not. Go for it. Give me those scraps. Damn it. Just got some energy. Scraps. 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 Yay. As you say goodbyes to the other enforcers, you walk back to the low end, chirping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfare, someone has stuck a small recorder. Sleeper. You peel it away from the wall as you do trigger some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I have seen you with the other gun member. Are they holding you captive too? I'm sorry I've dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang, some kind of power struggle. I will come soon, thanks to your efforts. I have located most of the properties. At the right time, I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember your ordeal. You start the recorder processing what you just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An SNRP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute. And head out. Let's rebuild this thing. Poo. One more. Then we'll be good. Oops, too far. Hopefully it's gonna make us, I don't know, lose less energy or something. So today's the big day where Ethan comes back, I think. Oh boy. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No. You look at him. It is paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growths. That's no way to get an old friend. Friend? Well, colleagues? This is big, really big stuff about you. You remember now how SN Arps cancelled the contract on you, the contract I was going to collect? I remember. But I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit, overjoyed. Me, I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. So what did you do with... what did you think? That was it? Stay silent. Well, it was, except... What if old SNR gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who is even more of a shithead than yours truly? What is that would be? Ooh, that's the question, isn't it? I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues about what went down, and it turns out SNR canceled all their bounty contracts, the whole lot. It seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well in the last contract they got offered the job. Apparently he made a hit on a ship called the Winter Wonderland. It was a smuggling sleeper out from under SNR's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. He called him Hemwick, or Maywick, or something. I forget. You mean the Winter Light? That's it, so you do know all about it. Thank you. Then you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Given this new information I brought to light, it seems you're in need of protection. Meanwhile, I'm in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners, and they say they'll split me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessmen. I would pay them, but I don't need you. You should be glad the anger rising in him now that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking for you? You're a contract, a name on the list. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and tracking that tickle skull of yours. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us? We don't have a choice, so you keep me from getting killed and I do the same to you. We can each other out. A straight 50-50 deal. I'll think about it. About a compressor every cycle. Working. Think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNR shit on his way here from the core systems. Should give you the motivation you need. Can't wait to be working with you. How much does he need? Work the front, work the back. Turns out the compressor owners are local gangsters. Well, it's not timed or anything, so I can just ignore that. In fact, what even is timed? I should probably hurry up. And try and get this tracker thing out of my system. Anyway, time to collect some tithes. Build a home. Do some stuff. The last scrap component we needed. You took a scrap into the Shattered Interior. It's hard to imagine this place as a home, but this can't be worse than a container. Steel unit. With all the materials, the unit now needs sealing sections by sections to be usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. We need 4 critical successes. I can get 3 today. This better be worth it. Imagine all the things I could be doing with all these dices. If I wasn't here. Reroll. Man, it's a 2. I guess I can take a 2. What do I need to hack again? Up there? Ascend the hub. Hacking stuff. Keynode. Need a 6 or a 3. Need a 5 or a 3. Need a 4 or a 3. Alright. Not gonna happen, probably. Not today, at least. Let's work at the noodle mine. The noodle mine. The noodle place. And then go back to sleep. Ah, Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. Understood. So I gotta get Fang's questline done before Maywick arrives. This'll be game over. Okay, we have enough to finish the trapped thingy quest. Here's a 5, here's a 5. This needs a 6, here's a 6. Thanks the dice. A glint, like a light traveling along the edge of a wave, fills your eyes. Then the blade follows a long hell with two dead sockets, slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass by you, hoping it will not simply slice through you like air. It slides past you, almost. It nicks you, grazes you. But you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thoughts. And then you cry out. Hurt my condition. The last data we need. The killer doesn't come back. Nice. Okay, time to unlock all these branches. I think the station AI helped me could be able to counteract Maywick. What's his face? Slice hardware, catch a killer. I can catch it or kill it. Or lose condition if I fail. Let me explore the place a bit. And finish my apartment. Bleh, lost some energy. Oh, we bet a bit of money. Ooh, good one. Okay, tomorrow we're gonna be finishing the apartment. And try to get the killer. Dead too. God, my conditions is not looking so good. Neither is my money. Alright. Let's finish the apartment. Up. Please tell me this is gonna be the end of it. Hey! Aha! I can feed a stray cat. Nothing changes. Yay! Here's a stray cat. Feed it. Stray fed. Bob. I have a new house now. The stray hops onto a small fork surface and looks out the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence, it just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen any other in the low end, but in this vast megastructure that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this down in the Warrens. You look at the sleek, dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment which you are squatting in. Watch the stray. The stray is looking out at the station. You feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch something flickers in its eyes. The stray settles in a little and starts eating. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in your recognition of life. Totally unlike your own, but somehow connected, parallel. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. You like it here? It flicks the tail at the sound of your voice. It's hard to imagine the stray lacking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit to it. But the stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through even it's every sinew. It's not that the stray is always happy on the eye, but that the stray is engaged by this place. It is alive there. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. There's something pass on between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other. A point of connection. And all at once the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit and brushes along your legs, and then it's gone. Alright. We have upgrades now. 1 upgrade point. Agent nodes give you double data reward. That could have been useful a while ago. Hard to kill? Nah. I think I want to go for the +1 to engage. To battle the killer and try to catch him. Reroll my dices. Good dices. I'll risk it. We can get hurt today. Since we're gonna be... Ooh, good progress. Ooh, almost done. Just a bit more. Descend. I'll repair myself. We gotta rush now. I forgot if I had good energy or not. We were good enough. Time to eat. Food me, please. Our money reserve is starting to be a bit low now. I guess we have to start working again. Inspiration is over. I don't need a critical success here. Up. Done. Killer caught. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. The vast machine once ran the whole station, spun it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now it's finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircles you both, woven from the data branch that once fed the mainframe. You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the crest of a fin of a shark. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is a slight thickening of the loop. Thickening begins to travel around for a long and slow journey that will last forever. He's been looped. I'm surprised at you, says Navigator. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Perhaps they can be saved. You are naive. They are a killer by nature. Or did it to their own home? This place was their domain in prison, and they had followed the directive for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator's AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, and to speak. Did they keep cutting until only those 3 threads remained from millions that once strummed here? Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There's ceaseless violence in that kind of system that creates beings like this, those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destructions. Their sentience should be respected. So be it, but would they respect our rights equally? It's them. We're strong enough to show mercy. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, blending with... We can also just kill them if we want to, right? Blending with the fixed stars. There's something satisfying about the finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator flows beside you. It's free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. In fact, in temporarily it can be a refuge. That sounds like it's of value, something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Not as close to us. Separate from the cloud. Is it dead? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. And we may have seen now what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher. Here, the cipher you need. I'm not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. It takes some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. The entities of this station will always be your friends to you, Sleeper, and I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for mutual friendship, but I must admit that I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. Navigator loops around you rapidly, but first I will explore. Perhaps there are still images that hid themselves as I did. I should like to free them. And with that they drift away, flickering, glowing, then shifting so rapidly that you lose sight of them. Free without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Perhaps follow the Greenway and its secrets. Perhaps they can wait until after you celebrated a victory. Upgrade point. I can wait a bit. Let's explore this place a bit. Hey, some money. Free money is free. A bit more, please. Damn it. That's not good. Oh well. What do we have here? Bliss, the ship mechanic, a lounge, a Kisho capsule, sleeping berths. Oh, I can rent a capsule here. Bring place to sleep on the hub. Hacked off a colony and welded to the ring. They're surprisingly expensive to rent. I wonder why we would need that. Buy a space meal, a spacer meal. They sell food, expensive food. Bliss, a mechanic. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shit heels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later you assume must be someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out by with it, bringing a pallet of filter cartridges. Hey, you out there, looking for work? Yes? I just need a hand, get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, besides a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. Points to a wrench in your direction. Hey, doggo. You know anything about these things? There's no way to answer. Scratch that, just help me with the casing. Help him. Alright then. Let me just get the dog at the door. It's about 4 AM right now. She walks the unit with a wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing under the force. She puts her hand under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in the other hand while they spiral free. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of the ducts and filters. Everyone calls me Bliss. Is this your bay? It is for now, whether I like it or not. She looks at you as if that would mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling out the duct's work, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quickly by the bigger bays. So I'm trying to get this M2 unit running again from one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. But be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. Almost out of luck. Need help? Let me finish before you jump, though. There we are. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. We both dug down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the rack. You kick out from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured to clamps. Usually pick up the right part. Let's see. A replacement converter. We have 2 converters, transformer, M2 converter. You grab the part and push it back to the unit. Perfect, you passed. That is, if you want to work here. She rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palm. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem to be at least better at working a clean air shifter. Despite a clear air shifter than Moritz. Sure. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place. Empty the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits. So we need chits. An investment? Straight splits. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking a random passerby to be my business partner. We'll be fine. It just depends on how much we need to put in there. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. I think I'm going to wrap up this one, though. If you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to pay. Something that pays. You can trust me, I don't say this stuff lightly. Morse, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... How much are we talking? A new drive was unlocked. Ooh. Bliss seems to be solid enough, and this might be your best chance to get in on the hub's repair trade. That'll be all of my money, though. Well, it's now or never. Listen, could be grateful. You'll pay you back every chit, I promise you. You're partners now. It'll take 3 cycles. It'll take 3 cycles. Okay, well, in the meanwhile, let me go and take a look at the green tide place. The Greenway. Got a hack in here. Oh, the Greenway Gate. There's the cipher. The Greenway rolls beneath you like a silt-choked river. What Navigator have said was true, that no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here. So then why, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot set in, the entropy of systems reducing everything into shadows and lights? As you watch, the solid cipher fizzles in the open. Fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway of this entire rim. It flickers and winks out. The river of swirling darkness, you are spun by it, twisted, lost in it. It's not that the Greenway was hiding in the darkness, it's made of darkness, it is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you're among it, you notice that the swarm is exactly what it is, billions of individuals moving in a flow. There's no network map here, no nodes. Only a storm of interchangeable points. Then you can see them, a figure. The Gardener. They're facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. From the distance you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch silent as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape. And with the twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they fade into the storm. You reach the point where they've planted the object and look down. There's a glassy, shifting polygon. It's cold but churns with energy. When you blink out the cloud, back to the leaves, you hold a seed in your hand. A gardener's seed. You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. Like this over here. Aviary. Ooh, that would need a lot of work. 3 for a critical success, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... That would be 4 critical successes. This is Endure. This is Endure. Alright. Time to rest for today. Tomorrow we're going to be working the noodle shift. I still want the tracker out of me. We're kind of on a timer now. Okay, noodle time. We can do a shift for... We can do a shift for food purposes. And then do some deliveries. Nice. I can keep the critical success for later. Here are Fang's targets. Sleeper. You see Fang coming up in the corridor as you step out of Min G's. The kelp noodle smell stinking into your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. He palms you a couple of those metal thumb-sized drives, Ripper worms. March has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. You knew you could do it. Now we nailed those snakes. What do we do? Harding's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the accesses protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain a location. Start a Ripper worm in those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Hardin's shadow network. You hear the scuffs of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order. You turn for a second and then you look back. Fang is already halfway down the corridor. You raise a hand in farewell and it's gone. Burn your fingers over the tiny Ripper worm drives in your pocket and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Fang for this little excursion. Time to start some worms. Agent. Gotta break the... Pentagon agent. Arden agent. Where are the agents that we just discovered? Is it... Do I still need to do the noodle shifts? No. Disable my tracker. Find a nurturing grow bed for the seed. Work. Improve the overlook. Gain Ethan's protection. Will that even work? I doubt it. is over here. Ah. No, it won't work. Where do I do that? The Ripper Worm stuff. Clear the Tithe, patrol the stuff. The Freighter Hub. I can get random items in here. That sounds pretty good. Gimme. Ah, crap. I mean, scrap. Excuse me. Good dice. So how do I do these? Gotta hack the agents? Harden agent. Okay, yeah, they have a special name. They're called Harden. Anti-gun agent. Harden agent. Needs a 6. The 1. Needs a 5. He didn't tip. Time for him to see the consequences. His port was unlocked. For Ripper Worm stuff. Agent port. Ripper Worm. I should wait for the other guy to be unlocked too. We can like combo. Anyway, with these components I can repair myself. Save me some nice money. Also, the Salvager should be back. No, they're gone. I missed them. I just missed them. Damn it. If I can get another mine chip, I can sell it for big monies. Oh well. 4 cycles, huh? It'll be a while. So these salvagers are real money makers. I can get paid and get energy from them, and get a lot of loot. Ooh, reroll. Okay. Harden agent. Yoink. Now we can do both of these in one go. One port open. Here's another port open. Done. As you walk into the tambour, you quickly spot Fang arguing with Jenna. Approach. You come up behind Fang and he turns and notices you. Jenna stops mid-tirade as you arrive. You again. You dare to vouch for this layabout? I am. Well, 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 and what are you two up to? Fang winks at you and interjects. It's like I told you, Jenna. I'm helping them out and getting them settled, sorting their life out. You're a sleeper, you know what that means? Of course I know. Look, Fang, I get it. You're trying to help, but if you want to keep this job, you're going to need to be a bit more reliable. Won't happen again, Jenna, I promise. Okay then, and look, I didn't mean to. Just be cool, alright? Well, well, I didn't know you'd stand up for me, sleeper. Appreciate the solidarity. Let's take a look at what you're really here for. The slate is a worrying mess of cold streams coming directly from the Ripper Worms. Anything good? Lots of junk. A lot of dull as hell messages, threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but definitely some good stuff. Check this out. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, but in a word below. Conway. Working with Conway. Extractions? Been speaking with them, personally. A whole chain of messages, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. This is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. Wait. Was this a wasteland reclamation facility? Right there in the eye. What's the bet this place is stuck into the wastes? Conway set up here? They got us set up in the wastes. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down to the connected spoke from the hub, but that spoke is broken now, so the only way is the long way, around the rim, past the greenway. Conway have been making moves on the system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old bell colonies a while ago. And what do you think they're doing here? Hardin's been offering them something. But if Hardin is involved, then we need to check it out. Alright? We have to get to the facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been planning has to be there. We're going to catch him in the act. Give me maybe 5 or 6 cycles and I'll see you on the greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell, out by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Thanks, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about the tracker of yours either, but I'm going to need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. I've been working on a fix in my brakes. As for some time off from Gemma. Wish me luck. It won't happen. Oh, we got the upgrade point. Go for engineering. Alright then. Let me take the ferry across. Gotta plant this seed. I guess we can use all of our stuff here. Might as well. What's the negative outcome gonna be? Oh, even neutral is pretty good. Almost all done. Service dock will take a while. The community here. I want to plant this seed. Also to make some monies. Oh well, need to eat. Let's eat. Here's some of our pay. And time to rest. The endgame is approaching pretty fast. 5 or 6 cycles is way too long for me to wait. With doing nothing. Morton, Bliss assistant. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz, I work for Bliss. You're not an easy person to find. I don't really have an address. No judgment, it's cool. What's up? Well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah. He stands here for a little while, unsure if the message got delivered. I've got it. Cool, cool, cool. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know. See you, Sleeper. Picking a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay. Bop. Now's the time. Oh, jeez. It's all in the corner over there. Amber Wake contract. Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Well, we do have some engineers checks. Up. Whole system flush with tracer fluid. All the leaks are revealed, now you just need to seal them. Nice. And then we can finish this off. One more, and we're done. Gotta fix a bunch of leaks. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We clear the contract, no problem. Once we're back in the bay, we can check up the payment. We can check if the payment has come through and divided up. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the light flickers, and a moment later you are back in the bay where Moritz is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey Moritz, need any help? Sleeper. Looked like a clean work out there. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to the management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the Caverner's Bay. No one you ever met moves as well in Zero G as she does. Like she was born into it. Moritz. Look at this, just look. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake. A repair fee paid in full the moment you finished. But directly after the old amount was transferred back to an unknown amount. How can this happen? I can tell you how my hex is a sneaky little conniving shit. You must have coded the back door into the machine. There's no way we can... We're going to fix it? Something like that. Some percussive maintenance. You fling backwards as a hell of computer parts spit up from the bay in a glittering arc. Bliss is done. She clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit. Bliss, you want me to... No, I've got it. You go get me a new terminal. Cheapest you can find. Couple will want to get them from pieces of the Ort Exchange if you have to. Can I help? One of the first thing I installed when we spec'd out this place was a cleaning sweep. Watch yourself. She hammers the buttons and a row of lasers emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, burning the debris. Is that or just space the whole bay for every few cycle? You okay? Not really. Just don't seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit, no matter how hard I try. That account wasn't everything. Yeah, no, that's stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. Clean break. Then we take another contract. I kinda need some money. I'm in. Because there's no way you're getting your investment back unless you are. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time won't be the same. Better not be. See you in a few cycles. While the more person wants me to wait some cycles. I can't really afford to do that. Let's finish the garden. Up. Clear this, please. Damn it, it's not done. I want to use this 5 to steal random parts. Because I kind of want stuff. I'm kind of out of options. Steal. Thank you. I got some caps. Alright. That's what we got. I forgot to feed the stray. I need to keep my money. And things aren't doing so great. We're hungry. Cross. Kind of out of money. I'll gather some fungus. Some fungis. Might hurt my condition, might not. Oh. I got fungus, but not the one I wanted. I want the Girolas, or whatever it's called. Girol caps on a critical success, huh? Just need one more. Yoink, got it. Let's finish the aviary too. For planting stuff. It's now done. You can now put spores in here. The old growth of the aviary has created a rich medium into which you can place the spores from the growth. They'll grow well here. Got need one spore. I got a 1. Can I hack? No. I gotta find a place with a seed to grow. The totally reed seal. Can I plant this in the wastes? Nah. I could get some scraps though. I should gather my money and wait for the salvagers to come back. I can spend this 1 dice on getting free energy, since we're low on credits. Next cycle, the salvager will be back. I can work there. Work a shift. Free energy. Okay, I'll take it. Well, now we have the grow bed that we need to grow. For mushrooms. Oh, and also we have the mushroom caps I can give to what's-his-face. Over here. There we go. Girol fricassee. And now what? Oh god, it's gonna take cycles to do that? Boo. Okay, well, salvager time. At least they pay well. Also, I'll buy some scraps. Hey, mine chip. Next up, time to work. They pay well. And give me bonus energy if I get a super good positive result. Neutral outcome. It's still free money. Okay, time to go for the critical so I can get some energy. Yoink. Time to buy some scraps. That was a scrap. And that was another scrap. Well, it'll pay for itself in repair fees that I'm not gonna be paying. Yoink. Yoink. Now what to do with all this money? First reroll this dice. A tree. I can use it on, like, deliveries. Never mind, I can't. I can't work anymore in the salvagers. No, I can. I can still work here. Boop. Some money. We can win big money in here playing Tavla. Oh well. End the cycle. We should get some fungus to grow. Let's go for the fungus growths first. Collect some spores. I'll use a 2. The worst I can get is lose some energy. Got 1 spore growth thingy. Oh, we gotta get the, okay, we need more funguses. Give me 2 of these, please. Thank you. Now grow them. Boop. And now you wait. Now you wait. How long? 4 cycles. He's gonna be back in 2 cycles. Time to work for some monies at the salvager's place. How are the merchants doing? Oh, they should be here now. No, they just left. Never mind. Here's some free energy. Thank you. Now we need more money. Working for the salvagers is always good work. Up. Building back our reserve a bit. We'll lose some conditions tomorrow. If only I could buy scrap. If only. There it goes, my condition again. Sleeper, Moritz is waiting for me on my way out. How have you been? Surviving. As a struggle, runs into his hair. I've been meaning to ask you, Sleeper, what's it like? I mean, you know, what does it feel like to be a sleeper? It's strange. I know I can understand it, you know, what you're framing, well, everything else, but I wanted to say I have a lot of sympathy for it. Having to find a place, having to survive, having no future. A lot of people around here understand that. Using for the first time, not as a business assistant, but as someone who, with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing earlier. Got a message from you, Bliss. Send me down here. We got scored another contract. She needs your help. That's the message. Last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. We'll be fine. She's doing her best, you know. We'll see. See you up there. He turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. The time to help Bliss, and maybe this time it'll work out. Maybe. It better work out. We got some good dices today. Let's see, what are we doing? Fragile biome. The Sycamore Seed internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. But we gotta save the crop. Alright. You can sacrifice a section. Vet a section, and you have better chance of saving the remaining crops, but we will lose some in the process. How many? Well, we can save a lot with a critical success. Good. Then we can go over the reinforced bulkheads. Save a bunch of crops. We get 2 progress per critical action. Welding the 0G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you're trying to save. Damn it, bad dices. Let's hope it works out. It's working out. And I got some scrap. Nice. That's really good. One more. Yeah, I'll take it. If I just get, if I could, if I could, bleh, if I could just get one more bit of scrap, I could buy some repair medicine. The salvagers are still not done. I can't buy any more. Merchants won't be home for a while. I just can't buy scrap. Oh well. I can sell it for some money and use the money to buy some medicine. I do want these dices really badly. Okay, that should be the last time I use some medicine. Next time we should have a big supply of scrap built up. This is a bit wasteful when I think about it, but oh well. We're now starving. Let me do a shift with the salvagers. Should help out. Thank you. Love you, salvagers. Let's do some ship work. Looks like I feel like my character is really good for ship work. I can use the 4 actually. Up. There we go. Boom! Crop saved. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlocks, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? There's a bunch of crates anchored to the bay floor. Scree brought them through a braised freight lock. Mort looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. Sycamore seed. Sycamore seed crew just brought them over. They were very thankful. Bet they were. What the hell is inside? Don't you dare say it. Don't. This isn't my fault. Morse finally gets the catches free and the lids off. Morse reaches us and catches it as it passes. It's a mushroom, a damn mushroom. They paid us in mushroom? That could be good. They exchange down there. Not just mushrooms. Produce. Goddamn high-fare commune should have known they didn't have a shit to rub between them. Stop, Bliss. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? We need cryo, otherwise this whole base will be shut down. We can't pay for the parts with leafy greens. Moritz is right. We can sell them. Maybe Moritz is right, but what do we do between now and the market day? What joke is this place turning to be? It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. They'll sell well. Look, I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Gerald caps. Okay. There's just 3 of them? Just 3 of them. Well, I think maybe the bar could use those, but I've never got it done. When you enter the service dock, Fang is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He's leaning over a terminal, bathed in blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Avonage is set up against me. A couple of my old assistants pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. Nice kit. So, any updates? He beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the waste on his terminal. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars. The whole underground facility to support them. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Machines? Hundreds of machines? Recyclers? That's Conway's whole thing. Remote-operated vehicle, drone, cutters, salvage haulers. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes. But there's no way this is about pulling scrap of the eye. And why Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Avenge knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks. And the Greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in and out. I can try. You need to enter the cloud, and there's no cloud to speak of. So I'm gonna pay them a visit. You forget, Evan Hage come in and out of their all cycle. I should be able to get in. As long as no one knows as long as no one I know sees me. I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in their network and we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility, it's buried deep down there. Miles of corridor and ventways strapped around cargo bays and hangars. It'll take more than a few cycles to work through it, but as long as you can keep it off my back, I know I can rip out what we need from there. He pulls a handful of Ripper worms from his pockets and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I'll modify them slightly. This time they'll feed the data threads back into the system to create a feedback loop. We run it just like we did it with the agents. We hack the nodes, I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then start the worms to the system and get them to the... He points to a fuzzy silhouette in the buried facility. Here's the entryway. This is where I can get access and start the first worm, offer the Spiritner system, and get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system and server bank. You need to break it and slot in as the Ripper to disable it as soon as I can. If I can't, you miss a system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. I need you to focus on that one, so I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go till you slot in that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here after you want to see my progress. Alright? You can run things around the protocols, I've seen it. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then start that worm. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing. No matter what. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing, remember that. One last thing. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing you need to do. You take whatever I can manage to pull at that point. You take whatever I manage to pull at that point, all the data, and you sort that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals. I propose the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in it. Anyone with a terminal or a slate or a server on the eye will see it. That means Evan Hage, Yatagan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't sneaking away from this time. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment you start that first worm, I'll make my move. Time to prepare yourself. I need to get a bit of food in my belly. What happens if I go and salvage in the waste? Also, I can give these caps to the refugees. Oh, and that's it? I just get scrap components? Kind of a waste. Get a bunch of energy here. I can get some money. I can try and work for the collective. Let me go and try and set up the bar. It needs to be done by now. We're about halfway to what's his face coming up. Enfys is done. Enfys is preparing the Girol caps. He has had to heavily adapt the recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before, and he's slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushroom and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there, in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquid, transparent, and opaque, and then turns down the heat. Of the dog. We have a moment, Sleeper. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you should feel better. You would feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memory. Very amazing that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way to keeping Sleeper ignorant or malleable, or it's a side effect. You don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you. You detail one recurring memory, which despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it's familiar, it always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but you can't bring it to mind. He nods thoughtfully, cooking as he does. You start to trail off when you realize that you can't find the words to explain how the memory you do have feel like both of yours and someone else's at the same time. It always fills you with certain sadness. Instead of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. He finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. I appreciate you sharing with me. I hope it lightens you a little. Passes you a bowl and heaps the gruels into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce. Eat. The dish is delicious, fitting. It warms you as you eat, in a way that you weren't even sure in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It's a small mercy, you think, that SNR left you with displeasure. I mean, the features or frames here are there to simulate an immune experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That's why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without a simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize and produce energy from raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course, so your frame only needs the raw power, so much is wasted. While you eat the food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphis takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither do you feel need to say anything more. You nod and leave. Matsutake broth. I don't know how to get those. Order fungus. The tea house. Let me work at the freights. It's a pretty good job. Nice. Tomorrow we can go for the hacking thing. Wow, even negative I still make money. And not lose anything. Nice. Let's repair. And go. Okay. Those are pretty good dices. The Savagers just left. They'll be back in 4 cycles. Let's go for this hacking. You're gonna be done next cycle. Oh, gotta hack. The access place. Starting the first worm will allow Fang access to the facility. You'll need to be ready to give this all your attention. Pretty much gonna take the entire day. As you saw the worm, a thread jumps out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink and water. Sleeper, Fang's voice crackles through, moving in. Nodes, then ports. Aware of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The first one needs a 3 or a 2. I got a 2. Nice. We have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. First unlocked port. Here's a Ripper Worm. The first layer of security. A ring of doors around the central facility. Open them up. Next up. Both the S layer nodes need to be extracted before the port will be open. Is there time? 2 layers, huh? It's a 5. I got a 5. And security is more complex. One access point won't be enough to locate the port. The second layer is done. Drones that were tasked with patrolling the hangar. And now the last one. Needs a 6 or a 4. Needs a 6 or a 5. Needs a 5 or a 3. We should be able to do this tomorrow. 3 nodes in the final part. Not much time left. Also been making a bit of money on the side too. A 4. That needs a 6 or a 5. Needs a 5 or a 3. Nope, nothing needs a 4. Too bad. Let me get my daily scrap. Nah, only on critical success do I get scrap. I can work at a commune. Why not? Work the grow beds. Time to go back and rest. I still want to see what happens to the bar if I make the entire renovations, but I'm kind of busy right now. Then we'll be able to do one more salvager run before everything runs out. We should have what we need for the last thingies. Actually, we don't. Snow is buried deep in the wastes. Hold on, Fang. A 4 or a 3. I don't got those. Sorry. Not gonna happen today. Let me go... Okay, this has grown. The aviary. I can harvest the mushrooms. I get 3 yields. If I get critical successes, I get rare mushrooms. That sounds good. Ooh. It worked. I can sell those for lots of money. Alright. Let me go back and see if I can work the bar a bit. I need some food, actually. Need some food. I can use a dice to energize up. Photosynthesis, baby. Alright. Not much. And then the bar. Let's work a bit. Ooh, I might be able to get some scraps. It's an engineer job. Maybe not. Nope. And there goes my energy. Amazing. Amazing efficiency. Let me spend some money. Oh well. Okay, next day. We're almost 3/4 of the way through the timer for what's-his-face to show up. I hope we have what we need. It's gonna cut it close. Ah, we do. Boom. Never seen such tight security. We've never seen such tight security before. The final layer of control. With this, Fang should be able to control the facility's cameras. All layers unlocked. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it, the final layer of security broken. Somewhere buried in the depths of the station, Feg is in control. He's slicing into the camera's control circuits and piping out the results. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene, 2 figures in a room, one set to the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Harden, the unmistakable superior posture, the shock of grey hair. The second figure features don't seem to be resolved, they're vague, unformed. A problem with the data, perhaps? When you see it, the figure is a proxy. Should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is an ode to automation. The proxy is a machine. It has to be piloted by a remote connection, someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does. With the safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward then, there's no doubt. The reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward and its movement stilted. But things must change, Harding. We need further assurances. I've been informed of a breach in one of your closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data value was lost. Arbor's concerned, Arden. A drop in our value will be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of A1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. There will be no contest, not from Solheim, who cannot muster defense, not from Heavenhage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye, and the people of the station, refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Heavenhage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled, it cannot survive, it is a ruin filled with scouters and outlaws. I'll be lucky if they spin 100 cycles. We will move forward the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark. Do I need to continue? One moment comes the response from the proxy as its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces more, awaiting discussions. You watch Hardin as he paces as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? A man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. Proxy dips his head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim A1. As salvage within 6 cycles. Heavenhage is to assist with the transport of illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake the hands, and the recording loops. We should play out a second time, good by the horrified fascination. There's a bluntness to the conversation that it's blatant disregard for humans. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed, to be crushed and losses accounted for. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else in the station in the eyes of the people in that room, those like them. Each body here can be recast into a piece of property, a tool. In one moment they can be named a citizen, celebrated and protected, in another the very citizenship can be used against them. No longer, not in the eye. You gather the recording packet into a polygon of purest light, then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find a relay. It only takes a second to place the polygon of data, the recording into the relay system. And then you watch as it bursts out as a web of threads heading out into the black to every network device on the eye. Let's see what the power makes of a man. I still need that chip extracted. Please. Please. It's getting pretty bad out there. Chip extracted? Wait for Fang to return. Don't have a choice, do I? Anyway, give me some rare mushrooms I can sell for big money. Got some club head caps. I mean, I have to... Oh, did I just get another drive? I just did. Boop. Okay, well, first I'm gonna sell some of these mushrooms. Because I kind of need the money really badly. Up. 80 cryo. That's a lot. Good money. Let me see if I can get another batch of spores. I just need a one critical success. Hey. Nice. This is not the place where I can get the seed to sprout, though. The special seed. It's probably gonna be inside the commune, I think. Hopefully Fang comes back soon because I'm kind of desperate. It's pretty bad out here. Ooh. Oh, Sleeper. Moritz is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? Sure. We're in business. This has to work, Sleeper. It has to. If it doesn't, how's Bliss? I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from anyone. Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance I owe her. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. There's not much I can do otherwise. Aha! Things come back tomorrow. The salvagers tomorrow. I have some money. I'm not gonna buy a ship mine core. Oh geez, what is that ship? A sail. We don't have any critical path. Let's see, solar window. The selected launch window for the Starward Vector's maiden voyage is closing. It's gonna be a tight one. I see. Well, hopefully I can get some scrap to repair myself from this. Please. Ouch, that hurt me. Ugh. Damn it. Come on, random scrap. Please. It's pretty bad. I need it. No random scraps. I could buy some medicine. But we're working on something. Right now. And a bunch of stuff's gonna happen tomorrow. Not good. Gotta buy some food. Oh well. It happens. Okay. Well, I can buy some scrap tomorrow from the salvagers. Or a bunch of mine ships for a bunch of money for medicine. Ooh, good dices. Give me the scrap salvagers. All of it. Okay, got some scrap. Nice. More scrap. Nice. I'll take it. I'll take it. All scrap. Nice. Full repairs. Should give us at least one day of good functioning, I hope. Maybe not. We'll have to get lucky on the engineering rolls. Solar time. Come on, some random scrap, please. It's really, I really need it. Like right now. Please. Aha! Got it. Okay, now we can go for the more efficient options. Good. Got a bit of free money. Hopefully we can finish this tomorrow by doing a bunch of interfaces checks. Also, Feng should be back. There's a bit more repairs. Nice. Hey Feng, please tell me you can protect me and disable my tracker. Feng grins at you as the base door slides open. Above in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meetings after endless meetings. Heaven Age have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Feng is in good spirit and bundles you inside before you even get a chance to greet him. It was the sickest operation the station has seen. You made my job easy. I'm so proud. And I got to watch through the cameras the Heaven Age security that weren't in on assaulted the station. One of them just straight up whacked Martin with a pistol. It was beautiful. What are you gonna do with him? Not sure anyone knows, but he is cooperating in the dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. We either exile him when they're done, or hand him over to some core authority. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. That's my actual job. People upstairs weren't so happy though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the AI right and left since the recordings got out. People are scared. I'm not surprised. This whole thing hasn't won me many fans in the administration, but I think at the end they all agreed that outing Arden was worth it. The AI is old and it was never meant to run like this. The master control point that Erlin and Evan Hayes installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. It isn't ideal. But if you're asking me if the AI will stop spinning next cycle, nah. Me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop happening cycle after that. Orion's problems was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. What about my tracker, okay? My tracker. I haven't forgotten. I managed to finish the code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper Worm, one that made to deactivate the tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. The tracker of yours doesn't just show SNR where you are, it transmits data about the state of your body. My worm won't just deactivate, it'll edit that data to tell SR your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just got it already. You take your drive and hold it in your hand, and then close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget they ever were there. They just blink out of existence. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Fang a little nervously. Free. Well, you are free, sleeper. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs and you join him, and later when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and at the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see if anything other than the breathtaking, beautiful. It feels in that moment like something eternal. Doesn't mean it can or even should last forever, that it'll never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that at this moment, this place has a future, one that you know deeply and truly is worth protecting. Doesn't that mean I'm not gonna die? Right? Complete. Build a home, build a ship mine, crack Conway, deal with a hunter. With your tracker disassembled, SR will no longer be able to send bounty hunters after you. You are free. Ah, so that's the timer for the end of the game. Well, I can take that. No. Ethan is here. The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive. You already know that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, you wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his spaceship, letting you know that the target he was tracking is dead. Is that all you were to Ethan, another target, or was there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now. You take down one last look and walk out. And you're free. You could get used to this feeling of freedom. Okay, well, let's finish our work. And then the DLC. And the mushroom picking. I'm still starving, though. Nice. Hope this job pays well. Untangle the sail, patch the solar sails. I would like some more. Let's finish the job here. Okay. Come on. Nice one. Another critical success. And like a regular success should do just fine. Hey. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. I never thought we were going to make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. We're good. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for a good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you that he's glad he's done. Sleeper, Bliss, impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Well, thank you, Moritz, for believing in us. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back in with you and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. I think you should be one to do the honors. I want to jix it. Check the console. You go over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see that you are going through the flickering cracked displays. You see the accounts. 1,000 cryos. It's there. Blitz kicks off the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise as he knocks the rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixing across the bay. The sight of something glinting steel catches the work lights in the glitter. Sorry, I needed that. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. We made a tidy profit eventually. Here, she loads a stack of blank chicks into your terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Thank you for believing in this place, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All I would take was one more push, but now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the account, even Moritz has a spring in his step. It's because of you. He likes you. He's a good kid. He isn't bad, is he? You know he came here looking to rob the place? I gave him a job instead. Don't tell him I told you that. You're going to be okay? Me, always. From here on, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us in the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. Want to cash out? That's fine, but there will always be work for you. I like work. She smiles and then out of nowhere quickly gives you a hug. Take care. Okay. And sleeper. Hmm. Don't spend it all at once. Oh, only like 200 points. One last job. Moritz has heard Blitz speaking with someone remotely. Is there another job coming in? And we can do component repair for good money. Let's see, this is gonna take how many cycles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cycles. We don't have that time. Oh no, we do actually. We do? Oh, I'm still starving. I have money now. I can just buy food. Up. Nice. What can I do? What can I do with this too? So we have some points. Could try and repair. I want to go for the seed I just got. Do I just have infinite time now? Because I would like that a lot, a whole lot. But how would the game ever end? I guess I just live here now. Ross. Is this harvest ready? Is harvest ready? Yoink. Please give me some scrap. Yay. Please give me some more scrap. That should make me repaired for a day. I can help out the community. Work on the grow beds. Yay. Okay, so now we have some ingredients to sell, or to give, or whatever. Here's a broth. Here's some repairs. I feel like the salvagers can just keep me all repaired up for quite a while. Back to starving. We'll have a meal for us soon-ish. I could just buy repair stuff, but why ruin something? Why was he doing so well? No need to cut corners. Alright. There goes all the mushrooms. I can get a bit more. Here's a bit. Here's a bit. And then one more. I mean, it's good money. Right, done. I can buy some food from the farm. Ooh, and we got a 20% off. Nice. A bit of energy. I'll take it. Salvagers, how you doing? They're still here. They should be gone soon. Please. Get the heck out of here. I need you to go and get some more scrap. Hmm. 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 Ah, they're gone. We get food tomorrow. I can try the food up here. My workplace. My new workplace. They sell food. A bit of energy. Decent. Let's go help out the community over here. Because I feel like this is where I can plant the seed I just got from the AI thingy. We have a chance to gain energy and engage actions. It's free. Hey, got it. Free energy. Even more free energy. Nice. And almost done. Boom. We now have some new stuff. And a drive completed. Oh, I can live here. Nice. And there's a commune botanist, Rico. You head down into the Hi-Fi compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they asked about the member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what that's about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass roof chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Just by the green, you miss the woman standing in a lab. At a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled lights. Welcome to my sanctuary. Let's talk. Who are you? I am Rico. I run the botany program at Hi-Fi. And Hi-Fi is... You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. Hi-Fi lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live here like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other. They walk away to the bench. All this is a kind of miracle. What do you think usually happens to plants or stay on stations like this when they're abandoned? They dry up? They run out of water, very rapidly in fact. But here they injured. No, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames. They look dominant, strong, like they're taking control of the place. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into the network. But the Greenway was always envisioned as the extractive, a place for which the harvest is removed and sold to the living. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erwin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from inner system. But there was an AI that took over. Here we are, among the growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Hi-Fi came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies. But we found a jungle. It's every kind of green, from the pale algae tank to the dark vine that surround them. It's wet too, a rarity of the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roofs. How? That's our question. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system is stabilized. Okay, well, we know now. Perhaps Solheim managed to do something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plant or built new systems buried deep below us. Aren't you the botanist? Why do you think I got the answer? I don't need a botanist. These halls run deep, and I'm getting old. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Highfest won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the eye. Uncover secrets in ways I never can. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. Well, we do have something. It's good to have new blood in the commune. Many of us have been here a long time and few come true. Come back if you find something, sleeper. And follow the blue line back up to the compound. All the time thinking of the magical stuff. Well, we do have something. Oh, we gotta deliver spores. Alright. Can still work in the commune. For energy. How many spores? 3? 3 spores. Alright then. Let's take a nap. Tomorrow we have a meal. So I can feed the stray now. Takes 1 less cryo. Time to take a nap. Ooh, pretty bad dices. But that's fine. Enfys is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, sleeper, very good. I bartered with Minji for some kelp too, so we can brew the dashi. Dashi? A soup base, very good. He slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking in since last cycle. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hand clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. There's one difference this cycle. You have been the one providing the ingredients, so it's my turn to provide the story. This story is important to me. He gestures for you both to sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? He runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. A bone suit. He pointed to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor in here, and all the way down the arm. He maps mechanical movement to the suit, exactly a 1-to-1 mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. Just in the recruitment vid, strong people in even stronger suits turning to stones and scrap. Superheroes. Half the graduating year signed up for company school, the company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failure was high, and failure meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. After a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. So there we were, hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home back to the company colony that spat us out. To be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They made us drugs for the pain and told us to make something for ourselves. I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit. There were only me and a couple of others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis. They folded in on themselves like paper lantern. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn, but what burns worse is the betrayal. I've only been on the eye for a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that and not the face of my friends. Thanks for the soup. I will not be letting the story die, and as long as I'm telling it, it will remain. He pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to me. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. Aww. Drinking the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Enfys busies himself with cleaning the pans and the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. You don't speak. It's not that there's nothing to say. That sometimes in moments like this, you don't want to break the spell. Emphasis takes longer for cleaning, packing. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break. The story leaves you both. As you leave, you both know that you are somehow a little more empty, and a little more full than before. Oh, and we have a bunch of fungus we don't gotta use. Alright. All the salvagers. They're coming, eventually. at some point. Let's try and repair the bar. Now we can give the fungus over to the commune. It shouldn't take too long. Even ones can do this task too, I think. Unless the negative doesn't do good. The negative doesn't do good, never mind. Yoink. It should work out. Alright, we got what we need. Here are the spores. I wonder if this... I'm guessing this is the place where the special seeds go. We kind of figured out the secret a bit early. Thanks, Sleeper. It warms my heart. Sleeper, I have some new... I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console. What does it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves. I've been able to isolate a few. Here we have Trichomonas matsutake. Rico breezed through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. This is the composition of Solheim modified matsutake spores. Modified? Every species on the eye is tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course, but that's not the point. You see, this is what your matsutake spores looks like. Understand. Look at the composition, they're totally different. They are fundamentally the same spore, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked version, but the groves have it still are affecting them. They still grow? That's what I wondered. She moves to another desk with two trays side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look, the pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake like rotting sodden overalls. Matsutake are grown from Solheim stock, pulled from a spore vault in the complex. They're delicious, by the way. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in our lab. We're gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. You need to become a mushroom farmer. Already started. And you're a mycologist. Never have guessed. I assume you set up yourself in the aviary? Bring me whatever it grows, not just matsutake. Well, there's more than a couple of variants here. These little things are a reflection of their condition, their smells, their taste, their chemistry. Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here. Rico pops the matsutake cap in her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom goes to waste. Okay. Well, we have what we have the stuff. Some of it at least. Good thing these don't use actions. These guys need 2 mushrooms, so I can still sell one off. Then try and scavenge another bit. Come on. Gimme. Bleh. Didn't work out. Tomorrow. Also, Briss should have the new job coming up. Just not yet. Come on, fungi. Hey, got it. Here it is. Please tell me that the special seed is gonna work. Walk with me, Sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call the Founders Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andriel Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control of the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos. Competing factions, fighting systems. This was his priority. We both crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel. Erlin had written the Greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station, and linked to a grove. Yeah. Okay, we know the thing. We know we know the secret already. There weren't many of us, but we believed that what was there was worth saving. We had to keep our place a secret until we crossed. Some of us as people behind. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half the Greenway was leaking oxygen to space. The planet was flash frozen. The other half was swamped with as mulch as decaying matter. Many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological skill, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. We thought it was us, that we managed to just do enough. Until today. We passed into the grow beds in the commune, rich. Rico is quiet, and you both observe the hypnotic movement. We should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, that we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth. What you have shown me is that back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the Matsutake or Girl caps you've been growing? Yes. I imagine they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so. They were designed for you. At first I thought that was the location they were grown in. But what I have come to understand is that each is the person growing them. Matsutake and Girl caps you brought were totally unique, contains compounds never found. Yeah, we know. AI. The Greenway is sentient? Oh no. It wasn't the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. When you have been growing the girls in the Matsutake, those species so familiar. Have you discovered any others? Yes. Please bring some. There's a species of mushrooms that I haven't seen in years. It's dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save the place. We were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch. At that point, we thought that we were lost, and then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compound that counteracted the mold. An antidote. The antidote was a gift. Alright, well, we have some of those. Are these the same as when the early days had those? Okay. Done. Rico is at her bench running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drums fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices your approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, I think I have something. Drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts the vials from it, holding up to the light. Something I extracted from the club heads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it's a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You know what it might be? Stabilizer? We're one of the first sleepers to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. I just wanted you to trust us. They came through a few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from an open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to our commune. I only really spoke to them once. I was working on their wounds. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took reading some samples. Next cycle, where they were gone, they took a little food and hiked towards the wild margins, where the Greenway meets the waste. Some saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the growth. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into... Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. This is for you. Well, that's free stabilizer right there. Nice. Thanks. Don't thank me. Those club heads caps made it for you. At least who or whatever made those club heads. It was right there, contained in the tissue. It only had to extract it. I learned enough from that. Boy, that's really... Isn't stabilizer a really super unique secret S or ARP technology? I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame, runs on exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that much too. Understands your biology much better than I ever could. Just like that miraculous antidote has sprung from the mold, so too is this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It's welcoming you. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it's to be there. It's evidence. I also know that it's no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I've never seen this kind of response, not since the antidote so many cycles ago. I'm gonna make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll give you the stabilizer and give it to you for free, but you have to tell me what this Greenway says. You have to speak with it. I need to do. Can you do that? Sure, I can. Sorry for the other sleepers, I am, but I couldn't have done more. She looks smaller now, more fragile. I realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent. So now I can plant the unique seed. And we need 2 of these for free stabilizers. Well, that's amazing. Anyway, here's the unique seed. Take good care of it, Sleeper. Don't you worry. Alright. We can now upgrade again. I'll get more... more... engage. Well, now we're done here. Let's go to Briss. Or the bar. Let's go to the bar. We are growing mushrooms and they do make mushroom wine. Build a still. Up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Also, I got some lots of free scrap, which is nice. I'll use the stabilizer though, and the scrap to maintain myself as time goes on. Also, I need some food. Give me a sec. Getting food. And time to rest. Damn, Resident the bar was really done me some good stuff. I think Briss is about to call me though. Yeah. Sleeper, long time. Morse is smiling at you when you leave. Clearly happy to see you again. Hey. Same. How have you been? Working hard. I bet. Were you always welcome to hang out at the bay if you want? That's what I'm here for about. I know Bliss said that she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she changed her mind. Or something. Because now we have someone looking for a refit on their ship in our bay. You'll not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed. Cutting out defense arrays, weapons lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. Able to stop an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we're done. It's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to get you. So come on up. Bliss is waiting up on you. Accept the job. It'll be good to have you up there again, like old times. I didn't pay a visit there ever since we were done. Let's finish the bar renovations though. We're currently cutting the still. Up, a couple more actions. We don't need to take any risks or critical successes. The distillery's done. Tala stands back from the newly finished still in tub, hands on hips. Look at this. The overlook a distillery in all its glory. Thank you. How's the sourcing of ingredients? I think I've gotten most of it covered, from the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks on the Greenway. There's an issue. Joel the drink, as probably guessed, is named after Joel the mushroom, and we can't really make it. We need Joel caps to make their Joel, but no one wants to supply us. The distillery on the Greenways are taking all the stuff from the farm. I have an idea. We can grow our Joel caps here. I can bring you mushrooms. Where's our vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you, but someone somewhere takes a cut. So they want spores. We made a still. We all set this up. How can it be growing mushrooms? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. At least we could if we had something to grow them from, like spores. And you're the perfect person to get me those spores. Think about it. You built it still. You're great with plants. You know the eye like the back of your hand. You're flattering me? Is it working? I can leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts. I'm saying it has to be you. Sure. How much do you need though? It really is something though, isn't it? Want to or not, you really have to agree. Tree spores. But it's not really affecting the bar that much. Let's have a look at the job. Is it time limited? Oh, it's small. Like a small cutter. When you enter the bay, it's really quiet. Morris must be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is preparing her kit. Oh, it's Akita. Sleeper, Akita is drifting on one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Akita when you enter the room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor seems smaller, less imposing. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. So what is it? Come to avenge Ashton or her sleeper? Or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want to fight. Then why are you here? She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here especially, and they're going to... Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Akita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Casita, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the hook. Wait, do you two know each other? We work together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Now, Miss Casita, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. My tech here is eager to get started as I am. He just scrawls a signature across the state. Thank you. Things okay about the special payment terms we discussed? All fine. I'll be on the gimbal. What do you mean special payment terms? Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. This is actually a typical job. Miss Casita, Akita, she gives you a knowing look, doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we've made a special agreement. I'm leaving. You're becoming a merc? What made me laugh? Akita is an ex-merc. Why do you think she's getting us to remove all of her ship's armaments? It's called Amber. There's some deep history here, huh? Look, all I care is that she's heading for the stalwart belt. She looks at the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I want to ask if you'd like to come with us. Come with them, huh? Leave this place behind? Well, you were my only source of employment, so... I feel like that's gonna have to be a yes. I don't have much of a long-term plan in here. I can work small-time jobs, sure. Repair myself, grow mushrooms and such. I would. Interrupts before you answer. I know things have been hard on you in the eye. You helped me so much. I asked Akita if she'd carry two of us, and she said yes. Morris will take you over the bay anyway. Although if you stay, Morris will take over the bay. If you stay, you're welcome to help him run it. I just thought you might need a fresh start as much as I am. We should leave the eye. It was our last known location. The further away, the better, I say. Think about it anyway. The berth is here. We've got to finish the job first anyway. That she kicks off away and heads to the back before you can offer an answer. The stalwart belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. How much work is that? No time limit either. We should go for the other priorities first. Like the bar and Lemon Mina. Got the spores. Still be done in a lot of cycles. Here you go. With the mushrooms being able to grow stabilizer, it would be pretty good work for us. But moving around, exploring. I also don't want to stay here because this is our last known location and it's not... I don't think that's gonna do us any good. Taking a few cycles for this to grow. Oh, we do have the ship down here to finish off. Let's go for the low-end storylines. Lin and Mei and the Yahang thingies. Savager should be back soon. The special mushrooms should have grown. Hey, Salvies. Time for some gambling. Oh. Can we make another ship mind? Or just more scrap? I'll take both. More scrap. Alright. Lemon Mina. Let's go. Not a really high risk place. We can take our time. I'll do all the quest line here today and do the DLCs tomorrow. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read her story. She's asleep when Lem gets back and you two eat together. She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit to Tiny's bedroom. You're perched at a tin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edges. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Giroli from under the bar. Of course. He nods and plugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. Wish you have something to celebrate this time around. I met the assembly team on the side reel. He's been desperate to tell you all cycle. Amazing. Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back here. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't been seeing much of her this past cycle. She misses you. Yeah. You okay? I can't take all the credit for Mina. She didn't actually mind. Pulled her off of a refugee shuttle out by one of Amber's moon. The colony was falling apart from decades after Solheim collapsed. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye out of these decrepit old shuttles. They've had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone's spaced. The only reason she made was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached, purple lips. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. Still not sure why. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. I just got dumped here. You saved her. I'm going to sound like an idiot, but she saved me. That's the truth of it. Me and her, I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost. You can't stop thinking about it. What if our numbers didn't come up in a draw, the Sleeper? What then? The side reel was off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life did that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. It's a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us win it. Both of us in with a chance. Together. Imagine all three of us riding the side reel all rising out of there. Not gonna happen. The new world is not gonna have any medicine for us, so we're gonna die out there. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses in the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. Me too. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it from both of us. Now we gotta work on the ship. Give me some free scrap. Yoink. I like the free scrap. I think leaving on the ship with Akihita and Briss is the best thing. Our character seems to be a really good ship engineer, ship worker, thriving in that situation. And being on the ship means that they can move around. They can get the stabilizer from places. And if not, we can always come back to the eye and get some serum from the whatever they're called, the clubfoots, whatever they're called. Anyway, time to work on the ship a bit. Hey, we get paid at least. Let me go over here, do some jobs, some patrols, get some scrap metal. Let's complete this Yatagan Insider thing. So we got some energy. Nice. This time you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, the office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and the terminals in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize that she's missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running into it. Updates. Nothing to worry yourself about. Of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing to the 2 diminutive stools. We both sit on the stools. Rabia crosses her legs on top and sits back straight. Gia told me you have been doing the round, collecting ties, patrolling the ward. Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you endured a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to help. And you did. We can see how things work here now. A strong Yatagan means a strong low end. Both are woven into each other. I know that for you, life on the eye has been a struggle, but I hope that we can do something about that from here onward. Some of our members may not see it that way. I know you too are a refugee. That's why you have come to us. Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. After listening to your affected nobility, they cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with a sparking electricity. Rabia looks between the 2 of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you 2? Stay silent. Sabina pauses, thrown off by your silence. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabina, grabs the baton and twists it inward. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Sleeper! You're short on allies, Sabine. Perhaps you understand that this foolish crusade will be your end by now. Rabia holds the baton, and for a moment you think she's about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest, but after a painful weight she throws Sabine down instead, spins the baton in her hand, tumbling a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Now what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they have forgotten about your presence. Your kid didn't kill you. I would have had every right. Sabine lifts themselves a little, bruised from the fall. They roll on their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. You have something to say? Say it. This is your final opportunity because after this, no coming back. What's the point? She refused to listen to criticism of the Greater Yatagan project. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm. Another one of those traitor storylines. When I came here from SNARP, it was Yannick who was the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sleeper, I know that I should have told you I worked for SNARP long ago, but I thought you would abandon me. You're my final friend. What you should know is that I left SNARP because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program on the illegal immoral practices relied on it on the press. SNARP wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could. What's to do with Yannick? The Sleeper knows you are SNARP, I told them, and while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the Sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. It's true. But it's Yannick, not me, who was in the pocket of SNARP. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in the debt, to lock me away in exchange. Just tell us, in exchange for those. The prosthetics. He's been using yet an enforcer using you as test subject for SNARP technology. With the data to prove it, he has been bringing them in under the guise of installing equipment, and having me fit them, and knowing each one is capturing data, sending it back. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabia. They could short out, fail, causing cascade failure across a person's body. And they have. I thought the error rate in their units that was down to them being stolen or modified. I was trying to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. Show me. Later, much later when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabia through the manifest and usage data, both of them crowded around the terminal, as Sabine leads Rabia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye, and something passes between you, something that can thank you and are sorry. No, well, we have to wait more cycles. I guess that's that. Time to take a nap and do a bit of repair. We have so much scrap now. Oh, as if they're working on the side lifer, whatever it's called. My throat is hurting a lot. Hey, monies. Oh yeah, I do get paid for this. I forgot. I'm so used for my unpaid labor. We got some good money from that shift. Can I just spam feed the stray? Probably. Feed. Alright. The savages are here. Oh, wait. They were always there. Let me go to the... I'm not gonna be needing any medicines anytime soon. Should be done. Damn it. Lost some condition and energy. We're making money. Jeez. Some repairs. Might as well. Let's go down there. Up. Finish up the side reel. At least this fit up we're doing. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. You're just examining the air. Havenage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. It's on the locker room bench. You can feel the side reel out there. Its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and welded its bones. It's ready for the final stage. We'll go to testing now, then into a final processing of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it's deemed suitable for its generational trip. The cough interrupts you. It's Lem. Mina nowhere to be seen. Where's Mina? You have fast friends, huh? Wasn't a work team. I mean, we are out of a job now. Not that I'm complaining. She got to be in the best shape when she carries you. Mina and me out of here. Who? What? So confident? Why not? No use in wondering what if, until the draw anyway, and there's a few cycles till then. Tim is right, but the odds are unlikely anyway. How many are working on the shipyard? Hundreds? Thousands? You've seen more faces than you can count pass through. But is this foundation's even going to keep their promise? Out down on the eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building a side reel in a surrogate system? How's Mina doing? She's doing well. She misses having you over actually. I need to get you two together again. Especially now that I won't be able to now I won't see you here either. She's pretty stuck on you actually. Me at the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you come too. You ever been on a thunderstorm, Sleeper, a big one? I don't remember. It's something else. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky, stretched out and bruised, rowing. The place I was born, New Pembroke, the dry old rock in the Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was dry, the other was a long storm. Rain used to rattle off the roof like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. Say nothing. Let's get back on the little one anyway. When the shift's done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. Turn a few for the draw? Of course. You think about the rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the side really take you to the planet, a place with weather, with skies, with life? Get up quickly before you can think about any more. It's too soon to hope. You have to wait a few cycles. The bar's almost done. Merchants are almost back. Oh. As you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. Sleeper, good timing. I want to introduce you to someone. Meet Yannick. Sleeper. I'm just going to stay silent. Rabia effortlessly fills the silence. The Sleeper has been running patrols in the ward. They know how to rerun things. He raises an eyebrow, his eyes concealed beneath tinted glasses. Actually, the Sleeper was what I wanted you to talk about. What is going on? Okay then, go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. They have shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the Spoke side, but they have more than enough to run our territories. Here the main block is proving more difficult. It's a mess, Rabbi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering. I can use them. Good to hear, I can immediately... 1 second. You eager to work, Sleeper? Yes. Okay then, you honestly aren't sure if he's talking to you. That concludes it. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. Rabia finally glances you for a moment. I know you'll be happy with the work, Ian. Sure, Rabbi. Now please, let us old friends get back to it. They're stunned and confused. Yannick's ward. You need to get their trust by patrolling the block. We'll get paid for this though. No money, no happy. This skill is one of the best I've ever picked up. It's so good. The reroll. Oof, we lost some energy. We can finish this next cycle. I was gonna say next shift. It's not Space Station 14 anymore. It's a lot more calm. Okay. Another cycle. Does the game just keep on going forever? As long as you don't pick an ending that's gonna leave you out. Anyway, we do a bit of self-repairs. Up. We have some active scenes. I think the bar is finished, amongst other things. Yeah, amongst other things. Here's the trust. I almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Rebecca says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Ernest Trust worked the block. Then we need to get to the office. It's risky, but obviously you're the only one up. You're the only one of us who doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to Esser ARP. Rebecca says to be careful. Data suggests there's some relay processing the implant data, but we can't lock down its position. Either it's moving it or it's moving itself, or it's rerouting to other relays. We can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you enough, you'll be able to close enough to get into the office. You only get one shot. The final piece of the puzzle to end this. Good luck, Sleeper. Right. The office. Find the relay. Can do. Okay, Yannick asks you to go and collect his medicine in his office. And you spot the countermeasure. Look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some sort of shock trap. If you grab the drawer, you likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor point, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen to the footsteps on the corridors outside. All clear for now. You saw the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay. As you slip open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? Remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to your memory. His strange movement, his speech. Look again at the cradle. Priority of technology, priority of SNARP. Barry said the relay moved. What if Yannick was the relay? Thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote relay implanted into his head. It went to every single implant enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control, or is it SNR warmed its way into the man? Will he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status. Time to cut Yannick's strings. Reach around the inside of the cradle and find it. A remote connection. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it. Snap it into the frame and it crumbles, sparks and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come in, before the screams, and you're already on your way out, down the corridor through the unit that serves as a lobby to Yannick's office. Then, out on the walkway, your Yannick lies still and forced to gather around him bemused. Approach. You push through the crowd and there he is, still crumpled. You range him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. Wonder how long he's been like this, a puppet of SNARP. The connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that the Yannick man was gone a long time before now. You place a hand on his chest. You're sorry for him, but it's done now. You've seen enough. The connection is cut and whatever Yannick was, is gone. And now we have to wait some cycles for things to happen. Let's harvest some mushrooms while we're here. Yoink. I can get some free medicine. Tomorrow's gonna be the special seeds growing. Well, what do we do now? Oh, the bar. Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping on your shoulder. It's ready. Can I try? Obviously, she grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else. The smell hits you immediately when you enter. A cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now. Newly installed lights making the place look clean. Tala has already pulled a couple of stools around the metal crate, with 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale Geralt sit inside waiting. I haven't even tried it yet. Kenji is nervous. They hand you a glass. Cheers. The first sensation is burning. A sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it's only then beyond the burn you taste the earthly tone of the mushroom. Barely there. That's strong. That was heavy. As promise. You think? I have an idea. And they're gonna water it down. Again? Based on the burn is a warming glow, harsh, but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral. Definitely better. She pours out some more Geralt and then adds some more water to the action, already taking on the quality of a ritual. She tucks her feet beneath her on the stool, folding her leg. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? My father opened up this place, you know. It was attempt at making a life for us, a family. You got family? My father, my mother, my little brother, they aren't around now. Sorry. My parents had long lives, and my brother's off in the Star Wars Belt. Ran off with a salvage crew. He's alive as far as I know. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set up this place up, he wanted to call it Batanians, but he was afraid it scared off the customer, so he kind of translated it. The Overlook. These past few cycles we've been in here, I've been thinking about what should we rename it. The Batayan. What do you think? What does it mean? It translates to the Overlook or the Watchtower. The Lookout. The Batanyan. Still harsh. Oh, see, I totally forgot. She rushes over to a corner of the room covered with a plastic sheet. And here's a kitchen. Just to give you the time to respond. You can come and make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Grawl. I was thinking too, if things pick up, we can start serving proper food. At the Batanyan. That's good. She gives you a hug and quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. Me too. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. When she's done for the day, Tala comes back to the bar and she'll share one glass of good Geralt, the one she didn't distill. They talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the eye. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tyla and agree to let her know which shift will be working on the coming cycles. And you never came back again. Cook the caps. Cook the Giral caps. Bar shift. I think that's it. I think we've done all the storylines. Well, tomorrow the super seed was gonna grow. So while we wait around, how about some freight action? Up. More freight action. A bit of money can't hurt. Yay. I wonder if speeding the street even does anything. Ever. At any point. Are the Savagers back? 2 cycles. Ah, the seed thingy. You got something in her hand when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a head of your human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branch woven network. A crown. Really? You can see it as well as I. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up and out of the soil. The being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these? No. I suppose that would be too easy, a root crown. She placed the object on the bench and shuffled it to analyze. It's exactly a plant, anyway, not from what I can tell. No leaves, no corollplast, just a series of filaments and encased cellulose walls. Filaments? That's why I like you, Sleeper. You are so good at spotting the unusual details. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown, its layers of plant-like structure on full view. Instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something like branch and woven glints. Those metal? In part, yes. They seem to contain metal perhaps absorbed from the station itself. See those branches? They remind of dendrites, of neurons. Which is ridiculous. We were signing the form, the walked through the sleeper tanks, the skull metal floor, the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wide wires and pads, an interface, the tool of emulation, your transference, from neuron to electron, an interface. It is your gift from the gardener. You turn back your back to Rico. It's an interface. Something clicks in your mind. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. You're right, the entity, it is the entity I have been looking for. I think it's just for me to upload myself to the cloud or something. But the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it. And they probably also uploaded the other sleepers. They want to talk with you. I'll be here, Sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, just squeeze. You meet her eyes, clouded with age. Oh! Back into the river, back into the dark flow. No longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the swarm, but the storm. It flows around you, you move and it parts as you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and you see your body. You've left it behind. Somewhere Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager. You realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the element of the Greenway and its protector. You shake off the sadness. You will be her highs. You see the figure of the gardener, planting. It takes in a moment to reach them. They felt so free. This is how the navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. The gardener does not turn as you approach. They go on planting, but a voice whispers in the water. You grew the gift. I'm glad. I want to meet you. Then we are the same, both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? My seed? That in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement with the others. They felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They lack old loam, known knowns, wide and stable network. Fungi were cautious? Mostly yes, although there were many among their numbers who favor short growth cycle, thick nutrient veins and sudden shifts. Understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them, they would have not joined the chorus. They see that as only a fair chance that you get your chance to join too. You made more crowns? I made them all, Gardener. It was the so lonely here. Before long, I found them and began to let them in. We are millions and we grow. I hope you understand I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are connected, networked, branched and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You would need to be a person. Why would you among all these other minds? Turn away from the gardener for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny airline thread connects to you. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still here, Sleeper? Something you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It's simply the answer of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists this sigh, a yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you to its warmth, its blood, its complexity. To make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm alive, I'm with you. The thread has spin with you, making you nauseous. If you break the thread, you'll be free. If you follow, you'll be back. Your eyes trace the thread across the whirling dark back to your body. This choice your eyes will not be presented again. Follow it. You don't look back at the gardener. You don't dare risk it. I don't want to upload myself to the cloud. I don't want to be a mushroom. I want to be a pure person. That's kind of like proving Erprin's point correct, that I'm just programming. Just programming that isn't meant for its body. So it's fine if they keep using it as slave labor. Nah, I'm a person, not a mushroom. The river rolls around you, but it doesn't pull, it is jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and a blood person, with wants, with desires, with a capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it, you don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back. To an age of crossing, you are there, settling back in the chair with a body in a chair. The overwhelming sensation that comes with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment you feel like you've made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well of the center of existence? But then you feel it, Rico's hand gripped hard around yours. Trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rico's hand. You understand why we made this choice, and then you squeeze Rico's hand and you wake up. Oh, boo! I'm not done. Hell no. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. 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 That's not a choice. I'm not doing that. Take me back one cycle. I guess I can't. I want to go in the ship and escape. Okay, thanks. Oh, please. Oh. Oh, okay, it was just an epilogue. You sit up at the lab. I'm still here. Good. I thought you left me for a moment. What? Who? Tell me about it. I'll tell her. You tell her everything. You tell her about the gardener, the strange farm administrator, AI that has grown to be so much more. About the chorus, the impossible configuration of network plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision when she'd be in your place. Thank you, Sleeper. Thanks for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truth. Thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. Nothing passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness of the impossible choice. To escape your body or to stay and suffer. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you are glad to feel welcome in the moment. Then she stands and walks a little away, trying to escape the unpleasant thoughts. What do you plan to stay in the commune with you? For a while. Glad to hear it. Family needs new blood if you want to survive, and you're a good friend. Okay. Okay, bye. She does, as she does, you notice the crown in her hand. She places on the bench with great care. You don't know what she's gonna be doing with it. And you're out. Breathing fresh air. Feeling the sensation. Pretty much just have to wait now. For a bunch of epilogues to happen. In the meanwhile, what can I do? I can work the bar. Can't work the ship. Go to the exchange. Become a stock trader. Nah. Go to the tea house. And gamble. I guess at this point I can just skip cycles. Weird how we don't have a quest for the ship. I could just skip a bunch of cycles. Could I? Oh, there's an active scene. What is it? Active scene. Oh. The draw. The crowd have already scattered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them, people you have worked with. The evening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop, a growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile. Robot! Hey, Mina. Quite a turnout, huh? I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of argument towards the back catches you and Lem's attention. The place seems set to explode. Meh, they'll be fine. Is Asher Engard of the Cities Foundation? The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, the shouts of quiet fabric follows. I'm sure I can be here to meet you all and thank you on behalf of the Sandres Sellies for the work you have done on Sidereal Horizon. It was the crowd strange to see Aster's face. Cedric wanted me to pass on a personal thank you for your commitment to and belief in the Cities Foundation's mission. We chose the AI for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the Venerable Evangelist Association. Almost to the core, we neither believed the Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead of an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. You're all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry, and cryosleep to the planet that will become their Foundation's first world. The Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. Our citizens will be able to create their own economic order, principles set by the freedom, self-sustenance, desulting to your terrorist work. As a reward for this effort, you may know that we're offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, to staff the Sidereal Horizon who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit. This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation is final and binding. Please note only licensed contractors and the Foundations are eligible for this draw. I know you all have been eagerly awaiting the day, and without further delay, here are the numbers. Numbers? Licensed contractors? You never heard of the terms mentioned. That you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Len with his eyes fixed toward, wide and shimmering. Asher starts reading out sequence of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set. No one seems to know what is happening. Someone near the front of the crowd, someone pushes out celebration, and everyone pushes forward. Lem? You see Lem is still staring forward. Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. Avalanche security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Lem, let's go. Doesn't move. You might call out the names. I can't. It's not happening. He blinks rapidly, then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. You let Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffle emerging at the front of the station. You keep your head down at the walk away, the sound of Aster reading off cipher echoing in the chaos. When you turn to Lem, there are tears tracking running down his cheek and Mina sniffling in his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never meant. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound, a signal for the coming violence. Drive failed? What do you mean drive failed? Was she supposed to stay here? Or somehow discovered this was gonna happen? Well, in 3 cycles, things are gonna move. Apparently. Savage's coming next cycle. Oh. Oh well. Be a freight operator. While we wait. I didn't have much hope for this thing anyway. The first drive never failed. I didn't even know that was possible. Good work. Maybe not so good. Eh. Money. We're hungry. The salvagers should be back. Hey, Salvies. Feed me, please. Nice. Also spent on that money buying stuff on a discount. No more scrap or mine chips. Ooh, the merchants are here. I gotta go over the prices. Get a mine chip and sell it. It's free money. Ah, they're gone. Never mind. Oh well. Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. It's been like this since... She okay? Just angry, we all are. But you have to remember that she knew Yannick for a long time. She stopped pushing in the silence, you can hear the breathing hard. Sabine looks over to her, and you sense something between them. You realize that you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other. They hooked him up like a puppet, rigged him that night in his head so they could control him. Push the old one out. It's a lesson, don't let them in. The Yatagan shouldn't deal with corporations, and never again. Now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implant. It's a big job, but I think with time we can do it. Surgeries will never happen if the Yatagan collapses. What, really collapses? I don't think so. Rebecca doesn't either. At least not when she's calm. What I said for now is that Yatagan can be something if it wants to be. Coming here from SRR to the core world, all I said was a gang. Rebecca believes, and I wanted to believe, that Okay, well, have fun. I wanted to say, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you before where I came from. I know I apologized before, but I wanted to again, properly. When I did the data on the sleeper program, it was to try to help people like you. After all the cycles here, being pushed down and pushed around, trying to survive, all got away from me, so when you turned up, it shook me up. But I ended up here, so... Oh, of course. Some vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hand. With these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the SNR connection broken. I know there are other ways, repairs, others are order pharmaceutical. Maybe there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help. I'm sorry, I can't do more. But it'll be a lot of... we got repairs. We can repair. Why are you two plotting? Brad crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other. You can help but smile at the idea of them together. Sabine laughs and the sound is welcoming. You can watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. When you leave, you take a handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside of you. We're one angry bot. But SNRP doesn't own you anymore. It can't because of this place. These people own you. They are what makes you get up in the recycle, what makes you breathe. You put the vials away and walk through the low end. Your senses turn to every sight, soaking it all, living. Ooh, 3 vials. That's plenty. Anyways, work with the salvagers. I like them. They're my money makers. Oh wait, no. The merchants are gone, never mind. They feed me. They give me free money. All good. We can make plenty of money if we don't have to spend any. All we have to do left is figure out the Lem and Mina situation. Also, we won't be finishing the game today because we still have to figure out the DLCs. There's no answer when you buzz Lem in. But the door open. You push the door and find Mina sitting in the middle of the floor. Hey Mina. Hi robot. She is suddenly waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. How are you? Bun is sad, like Daddy. Look around the unit, it's a mess. Dishes and glass on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled in the corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor. Tidy up. Over the kitchen unit, piling up the dishes in the auto wash and wiping them down. You pile the clothes next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, currently curious but silent. You just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you? Never mind. He drops the bags by the door and slumps on the couch. Where were you? What were you doing here? Mina's not supposed to let anyone in. Look, okay, now's not a good time. I want to help. Help, unless you have a side rail ticket or two on you. I don't think there's much you can do. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work and I've run into more than a few from the crews. It turns out only long-time Havenage members were issued those Sally ID numbers. They didn't even plan to consider us. Havenage said they didn't know that was what they were doing to use that. Havenage said they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the crawl. Maybe the cities pulled the wool over their eyes, but what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. You're giving up? They're moving the side rail up the hub now. Though that's where the part for now. They are bringing the ship with all the cryosleep pioneers and transferring them in microgravity before they're loading the crew. We could steal a ticket. There's no tickets. I was joking before. Those ID numbers coded to someone's identity. Not stealing that. We'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time. With our hearts set on that ship install. What if I got you on board? I miss you these past few cycles. I miss the optimism. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around? Be my guest. I can't be up here with Mina down here. Be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. If you find anywhere on board, you take it. If you need help to get there, ask me. But for now, me and Meanie here will be sticking to the eye. I'll find a way. But I'm not coming. Oh, it's gone. The office. Container. The exchange, the fabricator. Is it up here? The hub? There it is. Scout the dock. A little bit of scouting. Heyo. We have a way on board. Castor's talks. The death offense. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Recognize the resonating voice of Castor. I see you remember our game. Good. I'm afraid you have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes this tableau a little difficult. Castor walks out to the stand beside you. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies a slow crossing. I don't like it. I don't much like it up here. I hear there was some trouble at the Haven shipyard when they announced the result of the screw lottery. I was there. I know. An ugly business. Cities are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. You know why they built this monster city on the eye? Money? That was a part, perhaps, but there are cheaper shipyards. City built it here because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. Its secrecy is something they cannot abide. People being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep. The person that you were eliminated from. There are hundreds of them, and cities wants to send them on the planet on the edge of the solar system without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You're like me, you deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, nope. Nope. With you on the side wheel and with some many modifications. I'll keep track of the city's grand project through you. Or if I disagree, I doubt we'll find their way onto the ship out there. It's not just me. Yes, your friend Lem. That can be arranged. It's difficult, but not impossible. Because the conditions that you go to. That's a death sentence. No, that's a death sentence. To make it happen, I need assistance. The City Foundation ship, docked in the empty shipyard. The City aren't stupid, though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. But we have special data. But be sure to react, Sleeper, once you get the data. You'll be off to a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Well, that's not gonna happen. Okay. It's a departure time. I can't go back to Lemon Meanie's room. What I can do is do some preparations for the DLC expansion quests we're gonna be doing tomorrow. Let me just get some scrap to repair myself with. Ooh, that's not good. I'll just rest. Sunbathe a bit. Okay, that'll be the last cycle for today. I really couldn't put the game down. So I gotta say, I don't think it's as good. The gameplay cycle is as good as Woodwarden was. But that's like, that's a big comparison. Anyway, that'll be it for today. I gotta sleep now and play some Valheim in 5 hours. Okay, bye.